Okay. I think now maybe I can be heard.
Did you know half a teaspoon burns
Okay.
fat 728% faster? Before you go to bed tonight, eat one half teaspoon burns fat 700.
All right, just bear with me. I am a little slow. This day really sucks. My AC broke. I don't know what happened, but I was cleaning out the darn I was cleaning out the darn the the filter, but it's a window air conditioner, and I was cleaning out the filter, and I don't know what happened. Ever since then, I don't know, maybe I touched something I wasn't supposed to touch, but it's not getting cool anymore. So I'm like, oh my god, I have to that and that air conditioner was a little bit more expensive than the old one I had, and the old one lasted like 10 years. I only had this like maybe 2 years. So I have to replace that very quickly before it gets really too hot. Today it wasn't too bad. And welcome for everyone who's here right now. I'm glad you're here. Hey, strong and humble. Oh, I'm not even gonna bother to get that AC fixed. I'm going to just get a new one. I'm just gonna buy a new one, and I'm gonna get the same brand that I had before that lasted like 10 years. Yeah, it was a Westinghouse. The Westinghouse I had lasted like 10 years. So, but this one, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so miserable. I'm gonna have to go and get one tomorrow. I'm just lucky it wasn't so hot today. I went out today just to look around. I know you're subscribed to my Facebook. Don't put it in the chat because it's private, but I know you subscribe to my Facebook. If you see the pictures that I posted up there when I went out there today in East Harlem, for the little parade they had, or I don't know, parade block party they had for the Juneteenth celebration. Oh my goodness. I didn't want to be so obvious when I was taking the pictures. That's why I took the pictures of myself and I tried to get like the background. There was nobody there were no American Negroes at this parade at all. And I walked all the way down. I didn't walk like too far. I probably walked like maybe, I walked down like 7 or 8 blocks, maybe 7 or 8 blocks. And like the only people that were in the parade were all of these Hispanics and Latinos. The fire department showed up. NYPD showed up. But let me tell you, they showed up with, first of all, there were no American Negroes there. Strong and humble. If you look on my Facebook and see all the pictures, and you'll see in the background, there was like I was the only darky. I, I was the only darky. I'm telling you, all the American Negroes, any ones that I did spot, those were the usual homeless and beggars in the street. The usual homeless and beggars that live in the neighborhood. And they are both male and female. So it's not just males. They're both male and female, young and old. And they were out there in the street today begging, homeless. They homeless and be begging. Yeah, there was nobody, no American Negro out there, and everybody who showed up, the fire department, NYPD, and all of the Christian, Latino, Hispanic churches, they were all on their floats and everything in the street with all of their flags representing their countries, Panama, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Even they had even the Israeli flag out there. Like, oh my God. I was like, I'm looking, I'm like, what is missing out here? They had the Israeli flag. I'm like, oh my God. It's so sad. It's just so sad. Um, it's just so sad. And I think if you look on my Facebook, you'll see some pictures that I wrote. Hey, Healing Arts. Oh, that's good. You just left the metaphysical shop. I know that's right. I know that's right, boy. I tell you, I was just thinking I need to get me some new crystals. Yeah, I need to get me some crystals. But yeah, everybody was out there today. You had everybody except for the American Negro. And even the gentrifiers, I seen Asian people out there. The gentrifiers were out there. I'm like, wow, this is. And it dawned on me. I was like, it was like, and there were no black Hispanics or so-called black Hispanics there. Everybody was like, light skinned, close to white, right? The American Negro, American descendants of slavery, whom Juneteenth is, it was made an official federal holiday, I think by former President Donald Trump. And then when Biden got into office, he signed it into law in 2021. He signed it into law in 2021. And yeah, it was crazy. Only the homeless people and the beggars were out there. That was just so damn freaking sad. But it's very demonstrative of what Yvette Cornell and Antonio Moore be talking about all the time. What they reiterate over and over and over again like a broken record. And the way I saw it was just immigrants celebrating the so-called freedom of the American Negro, which is to me cynical at best. But I get it and maybe I get it because I'm first generation immigrant myself, and I'm not like really doing bad. I mean, I could be doing better, but I'm not doing bad. And I call that quote unquote immigrant privilege. I use that a lot. I throw that weight around a lot. Immigrant privilege. I really do. I throw that, and I didn't even realize that I was doing that until a few years ago when I actually came across Yvette Cornell. I didn't even realize that's what it was. But yeah, I've been throwing my immigrant privilege weight around a lot, to get by, because like I don't want to be like them black people over there. I just hate to say it, but it is what it is. And like they always say that the American Negro or the American descendants of slavery is the bottom caste in America. They're the bottom caste, and it's their shoulders and backs that everyone, all the foreigners who come over here, use as a footstool to stand on in order to become white or American. And I felt like this parade was their way of saying thanks. I hate to say it, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Okay. Strong and humble. Well, I think as I learned in Texas, they've been doing that for like years, but this is like the first time that I've seen this in New York. Okay, the other week, last week, they had the Puerto Rican Day Parade, which was the first time they did in since 2019 was the last one. Since the pandemic, 2019 was the last Puerto Rican Day Parade. So just last week they had that, but this is the first time that they even had a Juneteenth parade. And then I had learned about Juneteenth like around 2014. I never even knew about it until 2014. And when I learned about it, I learned that it was a holiday commemorating the emancipation of, the American Negro slaves. And it marks the anniversary of the announcement of General Order Number 3 by Union Army General. And from what I heard, they had to march into Texas and let the people there know that they were free, that they were no longer slaves, because they were still being kept as slaves. Nobody wanted to tell them that they didn't have to be a cowboy anymore, or work the farm anymore, or do whatever, or work the cattle anymore, or whatever. Nobody told them that. And this was like in June 19th, 1865. So yeah, nobody told them that. And that's what the holiday is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about um it's supposed to be about the freedom, so-called freedom of the American Negro, you know. And that's another thing that I want to talk about, because I noticed when they made this like a federal holiday, I was just like so disgusted, because I was like, that's just to appease, people. I don't know why do a holiday when you should get reparations. Like, you should like really get reparations. But instead they give you a holiday to celebrate your freedom, you know? I mean, what's freedom? You have the freedom to be you have the freedom to be, what's that word I'm looking for? Oh, what's that word? To be, you have the freedom to be oppressed. That's the word that I'm looking for. Because to be totally honest with you, I don't want freedom. I'd rather have liberty. I'd rather have liberty. See, this is like politics. This is why I'm not black anymore. I want to be white, like Yvette Carnell said. Make me white, make me American. I want the liberty. It's so funny because I used to my youngest son, the one who teaches, as his side hustle, and he makes $90 an hour because he builds robots, computers, and all of that stuff, and he programs it. But I remember when he was little, and I used to tell him and his brother, whenever they used to always try to do some shit to, like slide. And I would always tell him, look, you can't do that, because you have to, no matter what, you have to put in the work. And for the simple fact, you black, you have to put in the work. There is no being half-assed in anything that you do, whether it's personal or professional. There is no being half-assed with it, you know, in whatever you do, because for the simple fact, you so-called, you black, and you don't have the liberty to be half-assed. Now, you may have the freedom to be half-assed, but you really don't have the liberty to be half-assed. Now, and I told him, you know, if you want to be lazy, if you don't want to do shit, if you want to do whatever the fuck you want to do and get away with it and nobody will question it, I told them that they'd have to come back, reincarnate as white people, as white men. That's exactly what I told them. You will have to reincarnate as a white man. If you want to have the liberty to just, be here, and you don't have to be about shit, basically, except going around and just snatching up shit whenever you feel like it, and don't have no consequences to it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I told them. Like, if that's the life you want, then you're gonna have to reincarnate as a white man. And until then, while you here in this skin, there is no being half-assed. You can't be half-assed. But screw freedom, because I want is liberty. And that's why I specifically used Godmama Harriet Tubman's quote when she said that there was two things that she had a right to, liberty or death. And if she couldn't have one, she would take the other because no man was going to take her alive. And she was going to fight for liberty as long as her strength lasted. Okay. And that's what I want. I want the liberty to do what the fuck I want to do, when I want to do it, how I want to do it, without having any consequences to that, without having any you know, without having any type of, oh, you can't do that because you're a woman, or you can't do that because you're quote unquote black. You understand what I'm saying? I want liberty, fuck freedom. So I think that the Juneteenth, making that an official holiday, when descendants of slavery have been celebrating it already for years and years and years without it even being an official holiday. I think that's just an insult. That's just an insult. When instead they should have had reparations. So I'm gonna put the link up in here. Let me see. Let me put it up in here now. What the hey? Yeah, and yeah, like I said, strong and humble. Like I said, they were there to thank the descendants of slavery for being free, so they can stand on their shoulders and backs when they come in this country, and you know have the liberty to be better off than they are, the people who built this country and the people who furnished this country. That's what I think. That's just what I think, because they was out there with their flags, proudly singing their Spanish songs, their little salsa, however you say it, music. You know what I'm saying? With all of they flags shouting out, they shouted out everybody except for the American Negro, and the American flag. Who this holiday is for. So where is the okay, I think this is it. Copy. Yeah. So that is kind of crazy. That is that's just that's just sad. It's not even crazy. It's just sad. It's just really, really sad. It is just really, really sad. If y'all haven't listened to the last video that Yvette Carnell did, I think y'all should listen to that. I didn't even know that what was going on with the election. I think it was in South Carolina or North Carolina. I don't know, wherever that dude Clyburn is at. Clyburn, the the old slave. He's closest to slavery than any one of us are. Jim Clyburn, I think that's his name. Anyway, I think that's to say either South Carolina or North Carolina. And that's, I think, in North Carolina, that's where my mother's side of the family, they're having their family reunion at this year, and they having it in the ghetto part in Riley, however you say it. Like, I have no desire to go there. Them people, they've been here since the 1700s. So if anybody should get reparations, they should. But I'm not going to that family reunion. I'm done with this place. I got my passport. I'm out. I am divorcing this country. I am leaving this domestic violence relationship that I have with this government. Real talk. Real talk. But you know, until you change your thinking, you'll always recycle your experiences. You will always recycle your experiences, and and you know, like you have to change your way of thinking. You don't change your way of thinking, then you'll recycle your experiences. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. With that election that had went on, one of the candidates called Dixon, I can't remember his last name. I think I'm connected with him on Facebook. As a matter of fact, I'm connected with him on Facebook, but I didn't know that he was running. I think he was running for Congress, and this dude, he had the backing of Tariq Nasheed, Boyce Watkins, uh, Vicky Dillard, you know, all of them people in that, you know, in that circle that I don't really like, but he had their backing, and I think it's like Yvette Cornell said, he thought that just because, you know, they were YouTube famous, that he was going to get a whole lot of votes, and he didn't. He only got like 2,000 votes. He only got like 2,000 votes, and Bakari Sellers, the one who is actually going to be the the congressman in that state when it's all said and done. I'm not sure if Dixon ran for Congress or something. It was some seat. It was some seat that he ran for. But Bakari Sellers had twittered him and said, you know, and pretty much threw him a whole lot of shade. And with all of the shade that he was throwing, you know, the people like Tariq Nasheed and Boyce Watkins was like, you know, oh, he still did a good job. You know, he got 2,000 votes. He put a hurting on them. I'm like, so sad, so sad. These people ain't got no clue. And then he raised all of this money. He raised all of this money and only spent. He raised like 150,000 and only spent like 30,000 of it. So he got the rest, about 100,000 cash, you know, on hand. You know what I'm saying? And like Yvette Cornell was right. Like people should ask for an accounting of that money. That they're not really supporting anybody. They're just supporting people's lifestyles. And she's right about that. So I'm sure he'll be able to pay his rent for the next couple of months, because I doubt if there'll be any Negroes trying to get an FCC accounting of that money anyway. So he's gonna go scot free because he know that most of them people are just, you know, uneducated. And I don't mean uneducated in the sense of, you know, got a PhD degree. I mean uneducated in the sense that, you know, they're just emotional. And they just, like she said, just need to feel good. They just need to feel good. And then how would you align with somebody like Tariq Nasheed who who who's always talking about bad about the alphabet game, and this dude Dixon is a part of the alphabet game, you know. But it's like I said, I really, and he probably thought he was going to get thousands and hundreds and thousands of votes because of Tariq Nasheed and Boyce Watkins and Vicky Dillard. But I'm telling you, it's like I said, I truly suspect that the majority of their supporters, especially Tariq Nasheed and Tommy Sotomayor, are white supremacists. They are white supremacists because you can be anybody you want to be on the internet. You can be anybody you want to be on the internet. Can I post this here? Yeah. You can be anybody you want to be on the internet without a face. You don't have to have a face on the internet, and you can be whoever you want to be. And it's just sad because I totally believe that. And you know, like he used to be, from what I heard like years ago, dude used to be a sex worker, Like the other one, Eligio Bishop, y'all know was Nature Boy. He was a sex worker. Um, Tariq Nasheed was a sex worker. They were saying that years ago before he got his little mansion in California, wherever he lived, with his biracial baby mama and his white mother-in-law and his biracial children. So they were saying that he was also a sex worker too, but I wouldn't really put that past him, because he's so like um against the alphabet gang, right? But oh, is it showing? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I was saying that to say because, well, I love Quentin Tarantino. I like all his movies, but the only movie I would not let my sons watch was the Pulp Fiction movie because of how they Pulp Fiction old dude in the basement with the Confederate flags and all of that stuff. I didn't think that they needed to be watching anything like that, right? And that's what I believe people like Tariq Nasheed, Tommy Sotomayor, Eligio Bishop, I believe that they are the ones that were being pulp fiction in the Confederate basements, like for real, for real. And the majority of their support comes from people like that because it's like I said before, it's not about the black men, it's about um, so-called black men, it's about the mother of humanity, and it's about bringing her down, the mother of humanity. And like you have to use your minions to help you do that. But oh, you have to use your minions to help you do that because it's all about the mother of humanity. You know what I'm saying? It's not about so-called black men. They're being used willingly as a pawn, you know. But and I know I hear people say that, that so-called black men are jealous, because they want the white man, you know, they really want the white man, and I guess they want to be pulp fiction by the white man. You know what I'm saying? But if that's the case, it goes both ways. You know, there's this book. There's this book called. There's this book called The Delectable Negro. The Delectable Negro, Human Consumption, and oh, let me see. I'm trying to pull it up. I don't know why this keep cutting off. I can't wait until I can get Starlink. The Delectable Negro, Human Consumption and Homoeroticism Within U.S. Slave Culture. Now, I wanted to bring that up because that's actually a book that's used on college campuses and universities across the United States. Okay? It was written by Vincent Woodward and Dwight McBride, Justin A. Joyce, And E. Patrick Johnson, The Delectable Negro, Human Consumption and Homoeroticism Within U.S. Slave Culture, right? And I say that, you know, I really do believe that a lot of their supporters are white supremacists. Tariq Nasheed, Tommy Sotomayor, people like that, even Royce Watkins. Um, and I say that because this book is used on college campuses. You know, it's used on college campuses all across the country, and also, you know, it's pretty suspect to me that when these white supremacists were threatening Tariq Nasheed to make a dark web video pay-per-view where you can torture him, and they was gonna call it hitting niggers. I remember that like years ago. They was gonna call it hitting niggers because I remember in the last live I told y'all he must have pissed them off somehow. He really pissed them off. But then he did something, you know, he got back in their good gracious, so they laid up off of him and they continue to still support him. He did that last video he did Hidden Colors. It was soft porn, and I really suspect I I suspect that Hidden Colors butt breaking was a soft porn vid for his you know, white supremacist supporters. It was a soft porn vid for them. Um because you know pornography is language, images, and they even did experiments with that in psychology. They did experiments with that where, you know, they show certain people like certain things within sex. It could have been sexual violence and all kinds of stuff, and they wanted to see what aroused people, right? So even though they might not have actually shown a scene of buck breaking, or a scene like videography of it, you know, the language used in the video and the images used in the video is just enough for people to you know, to jack off on it, right? To get aroused and jack off on it, right? Like they did in the experiment, in the psychological experiment, right? So, yeah, I suspect that that video was to appease them, the butt breaking video. Now, I never saw that video, but I've heard a lot of people on YouTube talking about it, and that it was mainly about black male slaves being pulp fictioned by the slave masters. Okay, so they was being pulp fiction by the slave masters, and there's actually like an occult of that, which is, you know, this book here, The Delectable Negro, Human Consumption and Homoeroticism Within U.S. Slave Culture. So not only do they pulp fiction them, but they eat them also. You know what I'm saying? And that's all a part of their culture. That's all a part of their culture. So yeah, I believe that he made that hey Miss Sunkiss, I believe that he made that video to appease them, butt broken, you know, because that's some soft porn shit. That's some real soft porn shit. So for all of those people talking about, you know, black men really want white men dick, they probably right. But just as much as black men want white men dick, I believe white men want black men's ass, you know. I mean, look at all of the famous male LGBT people who I'm not talking about the bitches with scrotums, right? And the ones that cross dress, right? I'm talking about the males that are openly into other males, right? Look at like the famous ones, the ones that can afford to um like the one that could afford to well, for the time being, have choices, right? They are paired up with white men. They are paired up with white men, okay? And these are famous, like famous gay males, even the ones who are not so famous but are famous in the background behind the scenes. You understand what I'm saying? They're paired up with white gay men. So I guess for as much as the black man want white dick, the white man want black booty. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is, you know. And that butt breaking movie, that was just a soft porn movie for the white supremacist that supports his channel, basically. He had to appease them, or they were going to kidnap him and do hitting nigger, you know, pay-per-view in the deep web. Yup. So he gave them that video, butt breaking. And like I said, most of their supporters are white supremacists. They are white supremacists. And just because they're white supremacists, it doesn't mean that well, basically, you know, because, well, like I said, let me put it in the chat. I'm going to put that in the chat because I want you to see for yourself. Now, I have the book, but you know, I couldn't really stomach reading it. Just like I couldn't stomach reading They Were Her Slaves, white women slave owners in the United States. I couldn't really stomach that. I had to read that in increments, you know. And this one here, like I really can't stomach it. I have the book, but I didn't like read the whole thing. I had to stop at a certain point in the book where I couldn't finish it. It's just it's too much. But this book is used on college campuses across the United States. Let me put it in the chat. I'm gonna put the name of the book in the chat. So when I say that yeah, so we have a whole culture of this. It's not really spoken about, you know what I'm saying? Because as much as the alphabet gang like to push in everybody's face that they, you know, especially the male ones, that they like dick, you know, they like penis, you know, they prefer white penis. And if you notice with the black gay male ones, if you notice, a lot of them, even a lot of them die alone. Like look at what's his name? What's his name? The one that just died. The one who says you're average at best. Because I've noticed that in that culture, the younger they are, the better chance that they have of being partnered, right? But then when they get a certain age, they a lot of that stuff that Kevin Samuels was saying, like it was really projected. It was projection, and that's really the culture. That's really their culture. That's the alphabet gang culture. And I'm talking about the gay males specifically. I'm not talking about the bitches with the scrotums and the ones that like to cross dress. I'm not talking about them. I'm specifically talking about the gay males because they were first. They were first in the alphabet gang, right? But specifically them, they have and the black males. I'm not even talking about the white gay males at this point because their gay culture is a lot different from the black male gay culture. The black male gay culture is all about fucking and sucking, fucking and sucking, fucking and sucking. That's it. That's it. Fucking and sucking. That's it. That's all it's about. It's not about, you know, looking for love or trying to get married or, you know, trying to have a lifetime. It's just about, it's just like an orgy, basically. It's just like an orgy. And that's in the black male gay culture, right? It's just about fucking and sucking. And I've observed that the younger they are, the better chance that they have to get partnered. It's either with one of their own or with someone of another race, particularly a white man. I've noticed that white men prefer young black male booty. They do not like old male black booty. People like Kevin Samuel's age. Like once they hit, I think like 25, the same thing that they projected onto women, they were really talking about their own culture. When they hit 25, their booty done hit the wall. It's no good to anybody anymore. And from there, they're alone, just having sex. They're not partnered anymore. They're just, out there with somebody 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, but it's not a stable relationship. It's not a long-term relationship. These are short-term relationships that they have, you know. Hey, Miss Jennings, glad you here. So yeah, these are short-term relationships. When they hit the wall, when they black booty hit the wall at 25, they go into short-term relationships, and where they're just, fucking and sucking. It's just all about an orgy at that point. And then they get old, and if especially if they haven't really been taking care of their health or anything like that, they die like at 40, 45, 50, 51. Like, it's really rarely old to see an old, I was about to say the F word, but that's banned, right? It's really rare to see an old black gay male. Like, that's a rare thing. That's a very rare thing. Yes, Miss Jennings, they are washed up at 25. They black booty done hit the wall. See, everything they was talking about in Kevin Samuel's world and that manosphere, whatever, they were just projecting onto the mother of humanity what really happens in their occult world. And remember, I said in my last live that occult only means hidden. It's a cult or a culture, because the word cult comes from culture. Y'all have to know, like I said before, words are spells, right? Spelling are words, right? So you got a cult. The word cult comes from that, and that just means culture. Okay? That's all. That's all it is. And occult means hidden. That's all it means. Occult means hidden culture. Okay? You're just hiding your shit. You're not in the open. Like a person who's in the closet. That's all that is. It's not spookism. It's not hocus pocus. It's none of that. It's just some shit that don't nobody want you to know. You have to be exclusive to know. You have to be exclusive to know what's going on. So these people, Kevin Samuels was projecting their occult onto the mother of humanity. So when the black gay males get 25, their black booty hits the wall. Nobody wants them. The white man don't want them anymore. The white man don't, and trust me, they be dicking these niggas down, behind closed doors, but they ain't gonna tell you about it. They're not gonna tell you about it. But yeah, they be Pulp Fiction in their ass in the basement, like in the movie Pulp Fiction. And I love me some Quentin Tarantino, but a lot of his movies have truth to it. As a matter of fact, his movie Django, and I think the last one he did, the Magnificent Eight, I think it was called. I can't remember. It's the last movie he did with Samuel L. Jackson in it. The last movie. I can't remember. I think it was called The Magnificent Eight. Don't quote me on that. Please don't do that. Look it up. But the Django was actually based on a real person. It was based on a real person, the Django. Okay. And that man even knew Jim, was it his was either Jones, about the white dude who made his own like territory and free Negroes were there. It was either him or John Brown. Remember I told y'all about John Brown and I didn't even know about him until I was already old. Come to find out that, you know, he was trying to help uh Negroes get free from slavery, and he gave guns to black males, and they left him there high and dry, you know, like cowards. They ran and left that man with his brother, right? Yeah, that was John Brown. He was a white man. He was a white man. But he was an abolitionist. That's what he was. But the Mandingo culture is also tied into that gay culture as well. Oh, really, Miss Jennings? I don't know anything about the Mandingo culture. The only thing I know about the Mandingo culture or the Mandingos is are the like the stereotypes. Like they like to fuck. They like to especially white women. I think it was used in that term of a stereotype that they supposed to have big penises like snakes, and they just like to fuck. That's the only thing I know about them, and that's a, you know, from what, that's a stereotype that I was taught about them. Really, that's interesting. I gotta look into that. I had no idea that gay culture. Okay, okay. I really have to look into that. But these men, these gay males, and I'm specifically talking about the American descendants of slavery. I'm specifically talking about the ones that Tariq Nasheed made that video butt broken or something like that, butt broke breaking or some shit. And yeah, I'm specifically talking about American Negroes. I put that book in the chat because this book is used on college campuses and universities all across the country. The Delectable Negro, Human Consumption and Homoeroticism Within U.S. Slave Culture. And because I be hearing a lot of people on YouTube talking about black men are jealous that they want white men, and you know, but that's the case. These white men want them too. They like young black male booty. They love that shit. They love it, and they're not gonna tell you that they pump Pulp Fiction in them in these basements. They're not gonna tell you that. I knew some sex workers that back in the like, I knew some sex workers from years ago that would do what they call that dominant sex, and they would do role play, and they would do role play. Sometimes they would have a black male, sometimes they would go by themselves. Women, these were women, right? Who were sex workers who was into domination, right? And most of their clients were very well paying. Of course, they were white. They were white, either white men or white couples, a white man with his wife. Now, if it was just the white men that the dominatrix was, yeah, they do. I believe they have sex with them little boys too, Miss Jennings. I really do believe that. I really do believe that. You know, it's crazy you even say that, Miss Jennings, because I was just reading the other day. I can't remember this dude's name. It was so disgusting. I didn't even want to hear his name, but his son, and he's a white dude. He's a white dude who was paired up with another white dude. You know, they were married or whatever you want to call it. And his son, he raped his son for like years and years and years and years. Him and his partner uh, raped and tortured that boy. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that word. They might take it down. I don't know. But I don't know. They might just take it down. But yeah, they yeah, it does. It does. And it's the sad this this I was just well, these two people, they were white, they were gay, and they did this to this young man. Like, even though they were sentenced to jail, that poor child have to live with that for the rest of his life, that he was tortured like that. Like, they just sad. And it does happen in CPS. And the majority of the people in CPS are so-called black children. Is black children. They the majority of the people up in there. And I remember, I think it was the state senator of Georgia. She was I can't probably even say that word, but they killed her and her husband in her bed because she came out and tried to blow the whistle, saying that the state of Georgia was actually selling children into sex trafficking. I can't remember that lady name, but she was a state senator, and she was going off on yes, Miss Healing Arts, it is. That's why I'm talking about gay people, because they had the nerve to make Pride Month in the month of Juneteenth, when slaves were free. But I guess it all connects together with the delectable human and black gay males wanting white males. You know what I'm saying? But that state senator, yeah, they killed her and her husband while they were sleeping. And she was blowing the whistle. Please look that up. That happened like about 10 or 12 years ago. She blew the whistle on the state of Georgia Child Protective Services, and said they were actually kidnapping children from their homes. They would make up all of these, like, they would kidnap children from their homes and sell them into trafficking. Really, Miss Sunkiss, is that across the whole country or just in the state of Georgia? I'd like to know. But back to these gay black males, right? Who like white dick. So at 24 or 25, they black booty hit the wall. They're no longer useful. Like people like Kevin Samuels, what's his name, Tariq Nasheed, Tommy Sotomayor, people like that are no longer useful, for the white man. And like I was saying before about the sex workers that I knew, I didn't mean to get off subject, but the sex workers that I knew, they were dominatrix, and they would have when they would have sex with white men, they would role play, and of course they would dominate the white man, and he's into that type of eroticism, right? And then when she would bring a partner with her, not necessarily somebody who she was partnered with, but somebody who she went out there to make money with, when she partnered with a black male, right? When she partnered with a black male, this it was either, if it was just with the white male, you know, he would be pulp fictioning the black male underneath the dominatrix commands, right? And then when she would do with a couple, um, not only would the black male be screwing the white wife, but the white male would be pulp fictioning the black male. You get what I'm saying? So this I got from a sex worker. This I got from a sex worker. So when these gay white males, I'm sorry, I'm trying to see what's going on in the chat. Yes, Miss Healing Arts. You can see that on um that happens. They even got thug hunters. Like, they be talking about ghetto gaggers so much. And I believe all of those videos are old, like 12, 15 years ago old. But them thug hunter videos, them are fairly new and fresh. You go on Thug Hunters and you'll see black males, young and old, sucking on white penis. Young and old. Young and old. Yeah. Yeah. But that's something that they've been into, like shit. Tariq Nasheed made a damn Hidden Colors video about it called Buck Broken. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the dominatrix sex worker told me. So this really happens, and it happens behind closed doors. And they're not going to tell you that. Like, you're not really going to know this unless you're in there, unless you're a dominatrix, or a dominatrix would come back and let you know. You know what I'm saying? And at the time when I spoke to this person, she was actually trying to recruit other black women to get in a tight slick outfit to go and take a whip on some white men. Okay. She was definitely trying to recruit more black women into go. She was like, it will be therapy. You know what I'm saying? Child, well, I tell you. Yeah, that was definitely a ritual video he put out. He put out that video because, and I'm just speculating on this, Miss Healing Arts. He put that video out because some years ago, I think this was like maybe some 8-7 years ago, the white supremacist community, because I be trolling that community. I troll the white supremacist community because I always just want to see what's going on. It's good to be in the know, right? So the white supremacist community that supports him, and I believe the majority of his supporters are white supremacists. Him and Tommy Sotomayor, that's where they be getting all them super chats from. Because it's not about the black male. It's about destroying the mother of humanity. It's not about them. They're just they're just what you call it. They're just the helpmate to help white supremacy bring down the mother of humanity. That's all the black men are. Yeah. Yeah. But they had threatened, they was talking about kidnapping this dude. They was talking about kidnapping Tariq Nasheed and doing a deep web pay-per-view thing called Hitting Niggas, and they was supposed to go in to torture him. They was going to torture him, and you could pay your little Bitcoin money to see whatever type of torture. And it was probably going to be some shit like the delectable human. They was probably going to Pulp Fiction him in the butt and eat pieces of him. That's basically what I'm thinking. Boy, I tell you. Oh, my boy, I tell you. Mm. But yeah. So this sex worker was telling me that these white men love it like that. They like them some black booty as long as it's young. They like young black booty. And I'm talking about specifically male black booty. I'm not talking about women black booty. They like black male booty. And even if they're married, it doesn't matter that they're married or have a woman. They like black male booty. They like young black male booty. Okay. And I noticed because the dominatrix who was trying to recruit women, you know, she told me all of this. She told me all of this. Some of it was kind of, I couldn't really stomach, but I mean, I listened without prejudice. I listened to her without prejudice. I didn't judge her or anything because I wanted to know. So I had to listen without prejudice and without judging her. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. But yeah, she put me on that shit. And yeah, they love them some young black booty. When they 25, they hit the wall. Like Kevin Samuels says about the mother of humanity, they projected all of that on us. When I've noticed and I've observed also that only if you're like what Kevin Samuels and them was calling a quote unquote a high value male, And I'm saying that in terms of, if you can match this white man in his level of income, like the celebrities who can match this white man in the level of income, like that actor from Pose, that show Pose. I saw that show. It was pretty good. I saw that show. I think it's a Netflix show. I'm not sure. But the one from Pose, who's always complaining about black people not accepting the gay people and stuff like that in the community, whatever. Him, he always complaining, but he got him a white boyfriend. And the last time I saw online, he was complaining about something. I was like, I wish this dude would just stop thinking about black people and just go live his best life with his white husband. You know what I'm saying? Why are you still worried about black folk and what they think when you got you a white man, a whole white man? You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, for real. Well, I tell you, still complaining about black people. And he old. This dude is old. He's older than 25 years old. I'm not too sure if he's like 40 or 50 or whatever, but he's older than 25. And he got him a white lover, a white man. And that's very rare to see gay black males in a long-term relationship at that age, is what I'm trying to tell you. Because for the most part, they're just used as fodder until they hit the wall at 25. And if they can't match the income of a white person, a white male to be exact, to partner with them long term, then they end up like Kevin Samuels and they die alone. Unless they get married to some biracial female or to some white female, because a black woman is not going to go for that. She's not going to go for that. Well, I don't want to say black women, because some black women will go for that, because they already out here letting them get away with everything, and even insulting them and imitating them. But the mother of humanity, she's not going to go for anything like that. A goddess is not going to go for anything like that. She's not going to go for anything like that. But a white woman and a biracial woman that's close to white will. They'll definitely go for something like that. They're okay with it. They're very non-judgmental when it comes to especially they're very non-judgmental when it comes to their men, especially, liking booty from males or black males, because they already tolerate it with their own men. So they'll definitely tolerate it from a black male too. They'll keep their secret. Oh yeah, the Miss Jennings. Oh yes, I forgot his name, but I know who you're talking about. The dude who worked for Vogue. Yes, he was yes, he did. He died broke and alone. He was in was it Versace? I think I think it was Versace's house upstate New York. He thought that he bought that house, but they tricked that nigga. When he was younger, his booty was good. Thank you, Miss Sunkiss. Yes, yes, Andre Talley. When he was younger, his booty was good, but he got old. His booty was no longer good, and the white dude who he said sold him the house was actually partnered in a long-term relationship with another white dude. I think that was one of the Versace's, like one of the really famous white people. I think it was Versace, and he had this mini mansion upstate New York. So his booty was good when he was like 25, until he got 25. But after that, his booty got too old. And then they tricked that nigga, because they had him thinking that the rent that he was paying, he was paying a mortgage on the house. It was like some slick shit. Cause he thought, because see, this is where these listen. He thought he was the shit because he was gay and he was working for the chick in Vogue. I think he was like the editor or the assistant editor or editor-in-chief of Vogue for years, right? Yeah, he was old booty. They didn't want that no more. So what happened was he they he couldn't get a mortgage from a house. He couldn't get a bank to give him a mortgage, specifically because redlining, it does exist. And I want to talk about that also. Redlining still exists. It doesn't matter if you're gay or if you're in the alphabet gang. Even if you're in the alphabet gang, if you're black, you don't get the same privileges that the white people in the alphabet gang gets. You just don't. I don't know what's up with that. I mean, even my favorite author, James Baldwin, who was gay, he knew that. But see, that's the thing. He didn't identify by his sexuality. He identified by being American descendant of slavery. He identified as that first. His sexuality came last, and he was gay as fuck, is what I'm saying. He was gay as fuck. But there's a reason why you won't hear the alphabet gang, especially the black ones, talk about him. They will never mention James Baldwin, the black ones or the white ones in the alphabet gang. As a matter of fact, as far as they concerned, he's not one of them. Okay? Yes, Miss Jennings, he's one of my favorite authors. He was one of my favorite authors. James Baldwin, yes. Yes. Yeah, he was gay as fuck, Miss Sunkiss, but he was black first. He was black first. He wasn't into who he can he wasn't into the rights of who he can fuck. He was into the rights of his people. He was a race man. That's what they used to say back in the days. That's what they used to call it back in the days. He was a race man, like my grandfather on my mother's side, who's been here since the 1700s as slaves. My grandfather was a race man too. James Baldwin was a race man. He was about his people. He was about his people. He wasn't trying to, he was about his people. And the alphabet gang, they shunned him out of their community. And this dude, Andre Talley, who was the Vogue editor-in-chief or whatever he was, he thought he was the shit, but he still couldn't get a mortgage to buy a fucking mansion owned by the Versace upstate New York, right? I think this was in Westchester. Westchester, that's not too far from me. That's like about an hour drive from me. So this is in Westchester. He couldn't get a mortgage. And this is what I'm saying. In the alphabet gang, the black ones are discriminated against, and it was confirmed for me when I watched that show Pose. They still don't get special privileges just because they gay. The white people still discriminate against them. They only use them for their booty. That's it. That's it. It's the delectable human, the delectable negro. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So this dude, with all his money, with all his celebrity, with all his fame, he still couldn't get a mortgage. You want to know why? Because he was black. He couldn't get a mortgage for this mansion to buy the Versace mansion. So what he did was he asked this white dude, thinking because he famous and he's another gay person like him, the Versace dude, right? Because he's gay like him, yeah, just get the more. He tried to pull a banker role. I don't know if y'all saw that movie, The Banker, but you should see it with Samuel L. Jackson. You should definitely see it because that set the precedent. Like that still happens today. That sets the precedent. But he tried to pull one of those roles, the banker, and he was like, "Okay, Versace, I'll buy the house from you, but you'll have to get the mortgage, and I'll just pay you, monthly for the mortgage." So, they lied to the nigga. Was like, "Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah, I got the mortgage. You just pay me, $1,900 a month, and it's a deal for the next 30 years." Boy, I tell you, they try to put his ass out when he got fat and old. and against the wall. Boy, I tell you, and the only thing I could think of was like, I know that whole mansion smelled like booty, smelled like dookie. I know that I knew they couldn't wait to get that shit to fumigated, okay? Boy, I tell you, boy, I tell you. But they was like, yeah, okay, we'll hold the mortgage. You pay us that 1,900. So then after all them years went by, 2 years right before he died, actually, in that house, he died in that house. 2 years before he died, he came to social media and was like, oh, they trying to put me out my house. I own this house. This is my house. I've been paying all these years for this house. It's my house. And then the white boy Versace came out, was like, nah, it ain't this nigga house. I just said that he could rent it, you know, and he just been paying me rent, and now I need my house back, and he need to get the fuck out. Yup. This dude was in court and everything, yo, trying to, and I'm gonna tell you about New York laws, right? In New York, when the landlord is trying to put you out, if you know the system, if a landlord is trying to put you out, and if you know the system, you can actually live in wherever you're at rent free for some years. Okay. And I'm talking about before the pandemic. White people didn't start pulling that move until the pandemic came. Then we see that they don't want to pay rent if they ain't got to pay it, right? That's been going on a lot here. But before that, like if you know the system here in New York, and if a landlord is trying to put you out, you can work the court system and everything. And I yeah, and I know somebody who was trying to get a tenant out of her house for 3 freaking years, and they knew the fucking system, and they was staying in her house rent free for 3 years. That's how it is in New York. So that's why I think that he was able to stay there that long in that apartment. I mean, in that mansion where he died at, because he died like 2 years or a year later. It wasn't long, but he died like a year or 2 years later. So he knew the system. He knew the system, but still they wanted his funky ass up out of there. And I the only thing I could think of was like that old dookie booty. That whole mansion was smelling like dookie booty. I mean, that whole mansion. And I knew Mr. Versace and his young, and you should have seen the picture. Let me tell you, this old white man had a young white boy with him partnered up, a young one. Okay, when Mr. Andrew Talley, the Vogue dude, he used to be young. His new partner was young, and I was like, yeah, I knew he ain't want no old dookie booty no more. He wants some young, fresh booty. Like that's what he want. He want him some young, fresh booty. When I saw that picture, I just knew, and I just knew he was glad old boy died, so now he could like fumigate that house, because I just know that shit smelled like dookie booty, all in them damn rooms. But yeah, but that's how it is for the gay black males when they're gay. So they're not even partnered, not even with another man. When they get over the wall 25, they not even partnered. They die alone. They be lonely. Like they'll have their orgies until they die. They'll just fucking suck, and they'll be alone until they die. A dude, a glitch in the bed here, a glitch in the bed there, a glitch in the bed here, a glitch in the bed there, and but that's it. That's all it is. It's no long-term relationship. Now I've noticed that the white gay males, they have long-term relationships. They're gay, and they are gay until they are old. They get good health care because the system works for them. Yes, Martin Luther King said that that's the worst racism you will see, or white supremacy you will see, is in healthcare. And I've been in healthcare for like 22 years, and I can say that I've seen it with my own eyes. Even after I left, I've seen it. It's not really good. You know what I'm saying? If you're so-called black, don't expect to be given quality care. I don't even care how much money you got. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care what insurance you have. Don't expect the care to be quality. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Don't expect that. That's why you should take preventative measures and just take care of your holistic well-being, your mind, your body, your spirit, and your soul. You take care of that, and then you don't have to worry about, you know, being 50 years old and dying from a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. But I've noticed that the gay white males, they they have long-term relationships. Their relationships are long-term. They be old and still together. They be like 80 and still together. But the black males, no. They don't have those relationships. They don't have long-term relationships. You know, they get pulp fictions all up in the booty. By the time they 25, they don't hit the wall. And then, you know, after that, they just want to sit around social media and talk about the mother of humanity and run her in the game. You know, they want to run her down. You know, they want to put her down. And they want to do it, you know, in the name of white supremacy, because they the biggest white supremacist supporters. They the biggest ones in the game, you know. And let me put this link in here. They the biggest ones in the game, boy, I tell you. They the biggest ones in the game. And like I said, it's not about all that marching they've been doing about black men, and it's about the destruction of the mother of humanity. That's what it's about. It's about her. You know, she is the shit. She is the shit. The mother of humanity. Everybody wants to be her. Everybody wants to be the mother of humanity. She is the true concept of beauty, because everybody is trying to be like her. Everybody wants to be the mother of humanity. Everybody. Oh yes, Miss Jennings, definitely. Definitely. Yes. They yeah. Yeah. Even the gay ones, they get into a relationship long term, the white gay males. Yeah. And even the white lesbian women, they be in relationship, long term relationship. They not just out there fucking and sucking. I don't know too much about lesbian black women, because they're not out there like the gay black males. They're not as out there like that as the gay black males are, just all over the damn place. Like you can't escape these mofos, like for real, for real. Boy, I tell you. Whew, they just all over the place. But yeah, they don't have relationships like that. And I wanted to say that, you know, it's all about trying to destroy and bring down the mother of humanity, because everybody is trying to be like her. Everybody wants to be her, you know. She is um she is the ideal woman. She is the ideal beauty. She is the ideal woman. Oh, speaking of which, let me just I just want to say rest in power to Mama Zogby. She passed away a few weeks ago. She was the author of Mommy Watson and the Sibyls. And if y'all ever get a chance to read her book, as a matter of fact, she did an interview like 12 years ago. She did an interview with Mama Matriarchs. I'm going to re-upload that. I think that's very important. But I just want to say rest and power to her. She was like, it's sad to see her go, but I know she has to cross over. She is also an American descendant of slavery. She is a high priestess. She went to Nigeria. She was initiated into the Yoruba occult, and she came back over here to the States, and she, tried to carry on the tradition. You know, um, she did readings, and she was a Sybil. She was a Sybil. And that video where she was being interviewed by Mama Matriarchs, she basically said that the black woman is God, and she was going into the history about it, which kind of reminded me because of what I was talking about. Everybody, the mother of humanity, is the one who, she is the ideal woman. She's the ideal beauty. It was her. And I hate saying that word black. I meant to say the mother of humanity, but that's basically what she was saying. The mother of humanity is God. And fuck who don't like that shit. Like, for real, for real. But that's what she was saying in that interview. You gotta read that book, The Sibyls and Mommy Watson. I'm gonna upload that video. I'm gonna just re-upload it. It's not a video, it's just an interview where somebody had interviewed her. And she was even saying in that interview that even in ancient times, all the way through uh you know through the Amazon warriors, all the way through that, she was saying that the mother of humanity is the original warrior, basically. And this goes into our great mother, or our progenitor. Some people know her as Ishtar, some people know her as Isis, some people know her as Orset. I know her as Inanna. Some people know her as Inanna too, but she's our progenitor. She Mommy Wata spoke and said that she was like the original, our progenitor was like the original warrior, right? Men, like I was saying before in one of my other videos, I don't remember which one because I talk a lot, but men were here to assist women, basically. Like I said before, men were here to assist women. Women were the law. Women wrote the law, and men enforced the law because of their physical nature, right? They enforced the law. But you also had the goddess warrior, you know, who was like the she was like the how you say, the one who was like the cheerleader for the male warriors and the men warriors who enforced the law. She was like their cheerleader. You know, she fought too, but she was also like their cheerleader, right? So she was saying that, in those times, when God was a woman, like Merlin Stone book. I don't know if y'all read that, but you should read Merlin Stone. When God was a woman, she was saying that God was the mother of humanity, right? And back then everybody, like, she built these temples that you see in Greece and Rome, all the destroyed temples that are supposed to be the temples that give reverence to the goddess. She built those all over Europe, all over North America, all over South America, even all over Africa. They have temples there, but a lot of them are still like buried under layers and layers and layers and layers of earth. And I'm not talking about like in Egypt. I'm talking about like in South Africa, East Africa, West Africa, and even Central Africa. There's a lot of stuff that these archaeologists are discovering, or so-called or rediscovering, but they're just not letting out to the public. These are things that are buried under mounds and mounds of earth. But she had temples all over the globe, right? And it was a privilege, actually, it was a privilege for men to mate with the mother of humanity and for her to bear his children, regardless of his level of melanin. I'm talking about men all over the world. So it was a privilege for him to do that. And it's like I said in my last video, that was the whole thing when the Europeans went into Africa and the black men sold out the women. They sold the women. They killed the kings or the chiefs, and they sold the queens, the wives, the children, the servants, and anybody who was loyal to the royalty. That's what they did. And white men and white supremacy uses the black men to bring down the mother of humanity. But see, they know that the mother of humanity, they're like the real sleeping giants. They're like sleeping. They forgot. They forgot. They just don't know, you know. But even Mommy Wata said this, that it was a privilege to procreate with the mother of humanity. It was a privilege to do that, you know. And yeah, it's just, boy, it's just so much. But I just want to say rest in peace to Mama Zogby. She'll be missed. Her wisdom will be missed, and I'm going to re-upload that interview with her in it. I don't scared whoredom. Do you mean sacred whore, Miss Sunkiss Boo? Um, well, if you're talking about sacred whoredom, I don't think that will fall into the category of that. Um, that has more to do with bringing men out of their animal state and making them human. Sacred whoredom. That has the sacred whore is a high priestess, and her role was to bring men out of their animal, out of the level of their animalism and make them human rather than animals, and to help them to ascend to a higher level of being rather than the lower level of being of an animal. Which I hate using animal as a, or let me say beast. I'd rather use the term beast. So the sacred whore was the high priestess. Her role was to bring men out of that level of beasthood into humanism, to make them human. Because I don't like to use animals, because like the animals are evolving except for humans. They're the only animals that are not evolving. So there's a lot of animals that are like smarter than humans that are evolving, whereas humans are not evolving. The Sibyls that Mama Zagby was speaking of, the mother of humanity, the goddess warrior who went around the world and put her temples all over the world and made it was a privilege for the men to mate with. That has a lot to do with procreation, because in the ancient times, people didn't like procreate for recreation, or people didn't have sex for recreation. Sex is sacred. A lot of people don't know, but sex is a sacred act, and it brings a whole lot of energy, spirits, and a whole lot of things. And I'm saying recreation in the sense of like to wreck something, to destroy something. Okay. people right now are having sex as a recreation, like they're destroying stuff, right? They're not using that to elevate into their higher self, right? Back then, they were more concerned with sex as a sacred act, and even as a sacred act through this sacred union, you procreate. And procreating was more focused on not, it was not focused on, oh, I need some dick. I'm just so horny. I gotta go sit on a dick. And it wasn't about, oh, well, this bitch wants some dick. Let me just give it to her because I'm here, right? It wasn't, procreation didn't happen like that. Procreation was intentional. So when these men slept with the mother of humanity, the warrior, the goddess warriors, it was intentional, and it was intentional to um to procreate and make human gods, right, as opposed to human animals or human beasts, right? That was the purpose, and it was a privilege. That's why it was a privilege for these men to procreate with these warrior goddesses, with the Sibyls, because they were creating human gods as opposed to human animals, right? That was the whole purpose. So Mami Watsa, Mama Zabi spoke about that. She didn't go in depth with it like I just did, but she basically brushed upon the fact that it was a privilege to procreate with the mother of humanity, with the goddess warrior, with the goddess. It was a privilege for all men all around the world. Yes, Miss Healing Arts, divine bloodlines, exactly. And there's two bloodlines. Whew, I'm sorry. Yes, there's two bloodlines, uh, Miss Healing Arts. One that we should have got rid of a long, long time ago. We should have got rid of them a long time ago. The other bloodline we should have got rid of are the ones that were treacherous. They were treacherous to the matriarch, to the mother god. They were treacherous. And this is both male and female, you know. They were treacherous. It was the male, you know, like I said, when we were sold over here to slavery, we were sold by the men. We were sold by the men. When we were sold over here to North America, Latin America, and South America, we were sold by the men. And the white supremacists, look, it wasn't, let me tell you something. I don't care what nobody say, because people be on here talking shit that they don't even fucking know what the fuck they be talking about. People be on here just saying any fucking thing. Either they just fucking lying, or they just on here just saying anything, or they doing fucking both. I don't care what nobody say. Ain't no fucking 50 Europeans going to Europe and snatch millions of fucking Africans out of there and brought them over here to the Western Hemisphere. That it just didn't fucking happen like that. Ain't no fucking 50 Europeans go into Africa and do that shit. They sold us over here. It was them. I don't care. No fucking Spaniards, no Portuguese. None of them did that. As a matter of fact, it was Queen Nzinga who was fighting off the Portuguese. Her and her Amazon women warriors, they were fighting off the Portuguese, not because the Portuguese were going into the deep jungles of Africa to snatch up Africans. Okay, it's because those African males were selling us. That's why Queen Nzinga did, and that's why she don't get no props. Don't nobody ever want to talk about her because she, you know, rest in power. She's a woman. She's a woman. So don't nobody want to talk about her. And not only that is because she fucking spat at her own husband. She spit on him. She dissed him. She called him a coward. She did all of that before the Portuguese chopped her head off. She was able to curse at her husband and say that you not shit. You not shit. You're a piece of crap. Queen Nzinga did that. That's why even them Africans won't even talk about her. She came out and right before the fucking Portuguese chopped her fucking head off because she was giving them hell. She was not letting them come. She actually set up a military base on the shores of where she lived over there on West Africa. So she can attack them as soon as they came on the land. And she cursed all the men there because she said that they were either selling us over there, and the ones that wasn't doing it, you know, like how you got Negroes over here talking about not all black men are like that, not all, and you know they'll just turn their head while they seeing a black woman getting abused or something like that, because those are the not alls. Those are the ones that'll just turn their head and just act like they don't see it happening, right? When they know it's fucking happening, right? Those are the not alls. Well, those are the ones she cursed out also. The not alls that, you know, well, we're not the ones selling our people over there. So she was like, well, you're not doing it, but you're not going to help me fight these Portuguese. You're not going to help me fight. Nope, they didn't even want to do it. She cursed all of them. She said they were all fucking cowards. All of them. Ain't no fucking 50 Europeans come into fucking Africa and take millions of people. Them fucking people sold us out, and it was the men. It was not the women, it was the men. And they hated that fucking woman so much. I think they the ones that got her caught up, how you say, captured by the Portuguese. It was her own fucking, it was fucking African men, yo. It was fucking African men. Yeah, to turn the other cheating motherfuckers, Miss Healing Arts. Those are the not all. Not all black men are like that. Yeah, but they'll sit there and watch you get fucked up and won't even lift a finger or a fucking tongue to defend you. They won't even do it. Yeah. Exactly, Miss Sunkiss. They'll let you get fucked up and watch because it's not any of their business. And those are the not all black men are bad. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Those are the ones who ain't bad black men. The ones who will sit there and watch you get fucked up because it ain't none of their fucking business. And that's exactly what these Negroes over there in Africa did. Them Africans, and Queen Nzinga called them out for that shit. She called them out for that shit. She called the ones who were selling us out for that shit. She called all of them out for that shit. And they fucking set her ass up to get her head chopped off by the Portuguese. She got her head chopped off. She got her head chopped off by the Portuguese. Not before her son was sold over here to slavery. Her son was sold over here to slavery. She got her head chopped off by the Portuguese. She had a military base on the shores, on the beach, to keep them from going into the jungles of Africa and meeting the other Africans, males who were selling us over here. She did that. And let me tell you, them people hate her so much. That's why I have no desire to go to Africa at all. Motherfuckers think, you know, because you a black person over here in America, and if you go anywhere, or because I got my passport, and Africa is not a place that I am going to go to. And people think because I'm over here and I got a passport, I need to go to Africa for what? Like, you sold me over here. I'm not lost like the rest of a lot of these people out here. I know the first slave that got off the boat that's been in this country as a slave since the 1700s. Okay, I can count my family back, way back to the 1700s as slaves. That's on my mama's side. I ain't talking about on my immigrant side. I'm talking about on my mama's side. I can count them from the 1700s. I could go back that far. Many people can't go past their grandparents if they even know who their grandparents are. So I'm not the one for you to be thinking that I feel like, you know, I'm not the one. I'm not the one for that. I don't feel like I need to go to Africa. I know y'all sold me over here. Like, there is no welcoming party for me. Like, y'all are fucking traitors. And the same people who sold us over here, they killed all the kings. They killed all the kings. So ain't nobody male who's over here is a king, right? He might have been related to the king in terms of if he was still a child, he was sold over here into slavery because that's who was sold. The children, the queens, the concubines, the queens, the concubines, the servants, and anybody who was loyal to the royalty. That's who was sold over here. The kings didn't make it because they had their heads chopped off by the treacherous, murderous thieves who are now the presidents and leaders of all the countries in Africa that sold us out. Those people are not descendants of royalty and leaders. They're descendants of the treacherous, murderous thieves. That's who the fuck they are. Yes, Miss Healing Arts, it is a cursed land, period. And they got to pay by blood. That's why all of them are fucked up like that. That's why all of them are fucked up like that and are dying like that. All their blood going right into that land. I'm telling you, Miss Healing Arts, that's why. That's why. They done cursed themselves, and that's generational. And before they can even break that curse, they got to make it right. Because until they do, all of the, like, you think we over here fucked up. Yeah, they fucked up. I have no desire to go to that country. I don't want to have to go outside to use the bathroom. I don't want to have to boil water to brush my teeth. You know what I'm saying? I don't, their infrastructure is all fucked up. And the ones who's living large over there are the descendants of the murderous, treacherous thieves. They're the ones who made all the money being treacherous, and they're the ones who are running all those countries, and they're the leaders of those countries. They're the descendants of the fucking treacherous, murderous thieves. They got all that money. They got their people over there dying and killing each other, eating monkeys because they so fucking starving. They eating fucking monkeys. To me, that's like close to cannibalism. But hey, you know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. Like, assholes, everybody got one, right? They over there starving their ass off. They killing each other for no fucking reason. With old ass guns too that they getting from the Europeans. They don't even got no like new shit, like no AR-15. They don't even got shit like that. They shooting. They look. Well, I tell you, they fucking killing each other with old ass fucking guns and shit, like from the 1940s. I'm probably exaggerating, but it's not no new tech. It's not no new high tech shit, right? And they driving old ass Mercedes Benz and fucking BMWs and thinking they the shit, right? These are the leaders with all the money. Where people, they don't even walk on their own dirt road. People gotta carry them. Boy, I tell you, look, I have no desire to go over there because I already know that I was sold. I know the name of the first slave that came over here on this boat. So no, I'm not willing to go over there. They have to, they got a lot to pay. And right now they paying by blood. Like, they blood is all over that land. They blood is all over that land. But they sold us over here, and Queen Nzinga was trying to put a stop to that. But what did they do? They even fucking sold her out. And right, I'm so glad she got to fucking curse her husband before they chopped her head off. She damn sure didn't get a chance to do that, and I'm glad. And she died with her head held up high, even, and that's why the fucking Portuguese chopped that shit off. Because she still had her head held up high. That's why they fucking chopped her fucking head off. But I'm glad she got to curse her husband before that shit happened. And let me tell you, these motherfuckers are so fucking stank over there. Don't you know that they had a museum for Queen Nzinga in Ghana? And in that museum, they still had her original warrior suit that she used to go out there and chop European Portuguese heads off with. They had her original gear, her armor, her sword, all of that. They had her original everything in there. Things, like keepsakes. Don't you know an unknown anonymous person went and burnt that shit down? I think this happened like in 2018, 17, maybe. Burnt that shit down. You see how hateful they are? They burn because they don't want nobody remembering Queen Nzinga. They don't want nobody remembering her. And that museum is in Ghana. I would never go over there to that country for nothing. I don't care. For nothing. I would not go over there. I would not go over there for nothing. And that's what they did to Queen Nzinga. So I don't want to hear that shit about fucking 50 Europeans going into Africa and fucking grabbing up millions of fucking slaves, because that shit didn't happen like that. African males sold us out. The black man sold us the fuck out. The mother of humanity. We were sold the fuck out. They was jealous of us, and the European didn't want us being high on the pedestal no more. He tried to replace us with his woman when we used to be on that pedestal. The mother of humanity. The standard of beauty and the standard of womanhood. The mother of humanity. Us. So white supremacy came in, made a deal with these Negroes. You know what I'm saying? And because, they wanted to, let me tell you, like in all cultures, I don't care where you at on this planet. If you look into history, no man could be a king without the woman. It was the woman who had to make it official that the man was the king. This is in all the countries in Africa. This is in all the Asian countries. This is in all the fucking European countries. Where do you think that fucking standard came from? Where do you think that standard came from? It came from the mother of humanity, the goddess. That's where it came from. That's where that standard came from. Because when she went and put her temples all over the world, she said, this is how it's going to be done. This is how you got to do it. You can't be the figurehead of the lawgiver without her acknowledging you as the figurehead. The figurehead is the king. That's all he is. Like on the chessboard, just the figurehead. It's the queen with all the power. And I don't care I don't even care, even if this is a culture or a nation that suppressed the rights of women, the men still could not be the king or the whatever they wanted, the sultan or the czar or whatever, without the woman acknowledging that. The queen had to acknowledge that. Okay? And it was the mother of humanity that made that standard when she went around this whole planet and built her temples. Okay? And those Europeans just got, we got replaced with their women. Now their woman was, quote unquote, the standard of beauty, right? But look how that turned out for them. Because even after all of that, even after trying to degrade us, denigrate us, make us look like we got big red lips and big booty and big titties and, big ears and big nose and wide nose and shit like that. Even with all of that, today's standard of beauty, who is the European woman, today's standard of beauty is still trying to imitate the mother of humanity. And she going through hella plastic surgery to do that too. And let me warn y'all, for all y'all out there with all that plastic surgery, By the time you die, people are gonna have to come to your funeral in a hazmat suit. Whether you have a funeral or get cremated, they're gonna have to wear a hazmat suit. Like for real, for real. But anyway, the standard of beauty, the European woman, she's down, she's look how that turned out for them because she's trying to imitate now the mother of humanity. It's not good enough that the white supremacist said, you're the standard of beauty now. We done knocked her off her throne. Now you're the standard of beauty. You know what I'm saying? And here she is trying to get fucking thick lips like mine, you know, big booty like my friend, because I ain't got no big booty, y'all. I be doing them squats, but the squats only make my butt round and firm, not flabby. You know what I'm saying? Gives it some kind of shape and muscle, but it's still not a big booty, okay? I'm just saying. But I got a friend who got a big booty. But these women, these European women are still trying to imitate the mother of humanity, getting them lip injections, putting them braids up in their head, getting a big booty, you know what I'm saying? Small little waist, stuff like that. Boy, I tell you. And not only are the standard of beauty European women are doing that, but look who else is doing that. Let me tell you how real this shit is, right? She's not the only one imitating us. And I'm gonna tell you, because you don't see nobody trying to imitate, well, except for the mother of humanity. A lot of them are trying to imitate the European women, but it's like I said, you got like there's two bloodlines. You got the treacherous one, you know, the traitors that should have been off the long time ago. And it started with the men, and they used the jealous women's help. You know, that's the women who was jealous of the siblings. Because like you can even see it today. You have mothers that's jealous of their daughters, their own fucking daughters. I just saw a goddamn news report just yesterday. Some woman fucking stabbed her daughter in the heart, yo. She had to get 2 fucking heart surgeries. Black woman. Yeah. Yeah, black men are doing it, Miss Jennings. They not only taking out the women, but they taking out the babies and then themselves. I heard some women talking on the YouTube the other day saying that you know, it's gonna get bad because these niggas don't got nothing to eat, and when they don't have nothing to eat, everybody better watch out. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, y'all should have been watched out when I told y'all last year to watch out. Y'all should have been doing that. Y'all should have been watching out because these niggas don't care. They taking out these women, they baby mamas, they babies and themselves. Okay, that's what they doing now. That's what they doing now. They taking out the whole family, including themselves, because all week that's all I've been hearing. This dude done killed the baby mama, done killed the baby, then done killed himself. One of them killed his baby behind the church when he couldn't find the 2 kids of the other. She had 3 kids. One of them was his babies. I guess the other 2 was different daddies or whatever, but he couldn't find them to kill them. So he damn sure took that little 1-year-old girl behind the church and offed her and offed himself. Yes, Miss Jennings, the Chinese, the Chinese people came up with an artificial womb. You know, that's a good thing that you mentioned. The male womb placement shit. You know who wombs they using, right? You know who uteruses they using? They're using black women uterus for that. That's exactly what they're using. They're using her uterus and implanting it in other people. Not just men, but in white women too that can't have no babies. See, they telling these black women that they got all types of what they call that shit. It's some type of uterine disease, of fibrosis, some shit like that. They telling these women that they can't have that they have a uterine disease, and they're taking their uterus out. This been going on since I even read a medical journal about that. I read the medical journal, I think it was like 2013. So this been going on like around since 2008 that I know of. Yes, Miss Jennings, hours. They're using All the womb, yes, all the hysterectomies that they've been given to black women, those wombs are going into gay males and white women. Yes, yes. And let me tell you how deep this is, because it's not just the standard European beauty woman who's on the pedestal now, who's trying to be like the mother of humanity, but it's well, like I was saying, you got the black women who are, into the like the blonde hair and all of that crap. I don't know. But like I said, a lot of that does have to do with white supremacy, making them hate themselves, because it's nothing wrong with your nappy hair. I keep my hair nappy. And by the way, speaking of nappy hair, that child, what's her name? That child of Beyonce and Jay-Z ain't got no nappy hair. Now that's not a nappy headed girl. She ain't. I got nappy hair. She ain't got no nappy hair. Okay. She ain't got no nappy hair. I got nappy hair. My hair is nappy, not hers. But anyway, yeah, they're ashamed of that. They have a hatred for themselves like none other. And a lot of that do have to do with white supremacy and the black men signing a contract and perpetuating that. They signed this contract. They got a karma contract to pay to us, mother of humanity. I'm telling you. It's either that or they're going to go extinct. You know, it's either one or the other. Either they're going to pay up on that karmic contract or they're going to go extinct, right? That's what's going to happen. But but the the gay males, white gay males, black gay males, Asian gay males, like it don't even matter what culture they from. Gay male, whether regardless of their level of melanin, they all imitate the mother of humanity. They all imitate the mother of humanity. They try to imitate her stereotypical attitude, her stereotypical her stereotypical beauty style, you know, all of them do that. So it's not just the European woman standard of beauty that's imitating the mother of humanity, it's the gay people too. It's the alphabet gang. They listen, let me tell you something. Hair, what they call that, hair weave and shit, the it's $1 billion industry, but most of the consumers of that are gay people. Is the alphabet gang, okay? And trust, European women wear weaves too. They wear them hair pieces too. You know, all of that silky hair is from the hair factory too. Like for real. Yeah, they are. They are. They are. But yeah, they are the biggest consumers of fake hair. It's the men. It's really the men. And it doesn't matter what level of melanin they are, what color they are, it doesn't matter. They are the biggest consumers of hair from the hair factory, okay? It's not black women. It's not, even though, they may show you a lot of black women, with the blonde wigs and stuff. That's because they're not going to show you anybody with their nappy head like me. You understand what I'm saying? Because they're not going to show that, because that would be offensive. It would really be offensive, to show somebody that look like me. It's offensive because they're not trying to have that. So while you have black women trying to morph into the European standard of beauty, you have the Europeans trying to morph into the mother of humanity standard of beauty, whether they're gay or not, gay, straight, all of them. And it don't matter what color they are, they all doing it. They all doing it. Asian people, they all doing it, gay and straight. They all trying to imitate the mother of humanity. They are. They are. But yeah, they are. They're literally murdering each other at an alarming rate. They really are. It's crazy. And these so-called black women, like, I think they should, like, it's like Dr. Francis Cress Wilson said, like, all you got to do is just pick your self-respect up off the ground. If you pick your self-respect up from off the ground, shit will change overnight. And if the majority of us did that, shit will change overnight. She used to always reiterate that. Just, but a lot of people, a lot of this, a lot of them are just, a lot of people are just not built that way. A lot of it has to do with white supremacy. A lot of it, because of that, you know, when you have people telling you that you worthless and you're not shit and all of that, and they're telling it to you generationally, they're doing this on a generation by generation. That's like a generational curse. It gets embedded into your DNA. It gets embedded into your cell, into your cellular memory. Healing arts, white lesbians with black women. Really, I never really thought about that, because I never really thought about that. White lesbian women with black women. I don't know. I would guess that it would be the same as white men with black males. You know, for white men, it's a fetish. For white women, I would think that it's more like uh, because they're like what's the word that I'm looking for? It's like it's like almost like vamping energy. It's almost like vamping energy. You know, I can't get how two women, regardless of their color, can, like, I mean, if they're rubbing pussies together, I don't know how they even have sex. I'm thinking, like, I still don't even get that. I mean, unless they're like rubbing pussies together, because if it's anything else, like playing with a pussy or using toys and things like that, like, I'm like, I could do that by myself. Like, I wouldn't need anybody to. I could play with my own pussy. I could, like, use toys myself. You know what I'm saying? So I never really got that psychic. I can't really I can't, like, it doesn't compute in my brain. So the only thing I can think of is with white women and black women as a lesbian couple is more like a vamp type of thing. Like, you trying to vamp the energy from the mother of humanity, because white women know who the mother of humanity is. Like, I've had in my lifetime, and I'm 53, and it still happens. I had plenty of white women I don't even know, just walking down the street, look at me and know that I'm a goddess. And they'll say it. They will say it. So that's the only thing that I can come up with. Like, they just trying to cover that energy, and to like vamp it, like, to hold on to that energy, like to hold on to that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, like a succubus vamp shit, exactly. Because they know who we are. And, like, I'm not even trying to be funny, but, like, it's happened to me in my lifetime, and I'm 53, and it still happens. White women I don't even know, and I'm in New York City. So if I'm venturing somewhere where white people are, or I'm taking care of business, in a government building or something like that, if I'm in Supreme Court or a city agency, complaining about shit or whatever, I've ran into white women even in the train station, even in the subway, going shopping at H Mart, which is a Korean grocery store that I love to death. And even when I go to Lidl, it's a German supermarket that I shop at too. Like they know, and they'll come out and be like goddess, like like queen, goddess. Yes, they'll say that. Yup, they know, they freaking know. And yeah, I wear my nappy hair, so I'm not out there with those big bird eyelashes and exaggerated black woman look that all the people try to imitate. All the gay people, white, black, Asian, it don't matter. They all imitating us. They all imitating us. Everybody is imitating us. And I feel bad for a lot of these women because I know a lot of them are not going to make it. A lot of them are going to be sacrificed. You know, a lot of them are not going to wake up. A lot of them are going to be sacrificed. A lot of them are not going to make it. A lot of them, I see a lot of them that are trying to find their way, but they still are getting distracted by other people who just come on the internet and just be talking shit that they don't even know what the fuck they be talking about, or just be on here straight up fucking lying. Well, I tell you. And unfortunately, some of those people might also get, you know, unless they can snap out of it. It's good that they searching. It's good that they searching, but they shouldn't like be like stuck. Like Chuck, they shouldn't be stuck like that. They should like keep searching, And basically, what I'm gonna say is like when you're searching, like some things may resonate with you and some things may not resonate with you when a person is saying something. Everything that that person is saying should resonate with you. Everything that is coming out of their mouth should resonate, or you should be able to digest it and evolve with it. You know, you should be able to do that. Everything, not just something or one or two things that they're saying. Every fucking thing that's coming out of their mouth should be able to fucking resonate with or fucking digest it and evolve with it. And if you're listening to somebody who does not fit that bill, then you don't need to be fucking listening to them. That's just the bottom fucking line. And I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna use Yvette Cornell as an example. Now she's not even into like spiritual stuff. She's a political scientist. She gives a political education. Every fucking thing that woman says that comes out of her mouth, I either resonate with it or I can digest it very good and evolve with what she says. Everything. Everything. Now, a lot of things that she used to say when I first listened to her, it would hurt, you know, like it would hurt. And it wasn't until I first started listening to her that I realized that I was using my immigrant privilege card on my father's side of the family for like my whole life to get over here in this country. So I wouldn't be treated like, Negroes are treated here. You know what I'm saying? So it was her that made me realize that. I didn't even see that. Like she had to like, point that shit out in my face. And a lot of things that she said, like that shit really, it fucking hurt it. I'm telling you, a lot of things she said, it fucking hurt it. But, the fucking truth, it hurts. It's not always Mary Poppins, a spoonful of sugar. You know, she doesn't give it with any sugar. She just gave the raw fucking truth, and that shit hurt it. A lot of shit that she said that yes, Miss Healing Arts, politics are spiritual, and you can't separate it. That's why I said in my last video too, you can't separate that shit. And a lot of things that she says, I guess I resonated because even though she might not realize that it's spiritual, it is spiritual. So a lot of shit she said fucking hurted me. I'm telling you, it hurted the shit out of me. Like hurted me where I just wanted to fucking cry. Like real fucking tears. Like fucking cry because I was just hurt. But it was truth. And I had to it was truth. And what you have to do is like you have to take that truth and you have to digest it and you have to evolve with it. Like you could be hurt, you could be mad, you could even be mad. You might go through the five what they call it, grieving stages when you hear the truth like you supposed to hear it, not with a spoonful of sugar to make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? But when you hear it like you're supposed to hear it, you might even go through those five grievance stages. You know what I'm saying? I know I got hurt. I didn't go through all of the five stages, but I did go through some of them. I was hurt. I was like real hurt. I wanted to cry, and then I got mad. I was like real fucking mad. I was like mad because like I'm like, damn, this whole fucking time, I'm like 50 years old, and I'm just finding out I've been lied to all my fucking life. Like, what American dream? You know what I'm saying? My father family came over here for that American dream. I'm like, God damn, I've been lied to. Boy, I tell you, I was just so mad. I was like, never again. I'm never gonna. Like the rose-colored glasses just came out of off of my face. That's what happened listening to her. But everything she says, I can resonate with, and I can digest it and evolve with it. That's what I did. I evolved with the truth that she was spitting, and I evolved with it, and I helped myself with it, and I helped my sons with it. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I did. And I'm just saying because I notice a lot of young ladies are out here and they're searching for truth. And like I said, if you can't resonate with everything that a person is saying and digest what they're saying and evolve with it, then that's not for you. You don't need to be listening to that shit. Like for real, for real, for real, for real. And that goes for everybody because I think like as Mother of Humanity, like I said, there was the two bloodlines. It was a divide in the bloodlines. You got the the uh the human god, and then you got the human beast, right? Boy, I tell you. And then it's even worse with women because it was because of them that that the men were even able to rape the matriarch and get rid of the matriarch. It was because of her, the other bloodline that we should have gotten rid of. It was because of her, because there was a time where it was a time where it was the Sibyls. I don't want to say that they ruled, but all the people who were the figurehead of their certain nation or whatever, they would go to the Sibyls. So it was like the Sibyls who were the women who were behind the scenes. They were really, running shit because they were advising the leaders and telling them on what to do. You know what I'm saying? And the men, they just wanted more power. I don't know why they thought that they can just, I don't know why they thought they upset the balance. Or I don't even want to say balance because there's no such thing as balance. That's another spell word. That's a curse word. There's really no such thing as balance. There's nothing in this universe that's balanced. There's nothing in the cosmos that's balanced. There's nothing in this world that's balanced. Everything is based on harmony and cooperation, right? And you don't have to take my word for that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's as in the Bible, know yourself and you'll know the workings of the universe, right? So if you know all your trillions and trillions of cells in your body, are individual living beings, right? And they have to function, in harmony and in cooperation, so you can function as one whole organism. Okay, there is no balance, right? It has to work in harmony and cooperation in order for you to function as a whole organic being, right? Now, don't take my word for it, right? Because it's in biology. Just look inside of yourself, right? You got trillions of cells, and they all working in harmony to function. They work in harmony to form your organs, because all of your organs are made of different cells, right? They all came together and say, okay, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna be your left lung. We're gonna be your right lung. We're gonna be your atria of the heart. And we're gonna be this of the heart. And we're gonna be your kidney on your left side. We're gonna be the kidney on your right side. And we're gonna be your liver over here. Like the cells had to get together to make one organism, right? Then you got other cells in your body doing work, fighting disease, making antibiotics for you naturally, shit like that, um, getting rid of waste in your body. Like that's what your perspiration is. You know what I'm saying? When you perspire, that's your cells getting rid of the waste in your body, right? All kinds of stuff. But they work in harmony and in cooperation. Now, if they didn't do that, then you would cease to function as an organic being. You would just cease to function. And that's how the whole universe works. That's how the universe works. That's how the cosmos works. That's how the galaxy works. Everything works in harmony and cooperation, right? So I don't know what happened with the men, but they wanted more power, and they the ones that upset the balance. They upset the balance of the not balance. I'm sorry, I go again. I meant they upset the harmony and the cooperation. That's what they did. And then you have the women who I like to call the sisterhood of Satan. They made it possible for the men to even get close enough to take the head off of the matriarch, the same way they did to Queen Nzinga. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, politics are spiritual. I'm gonna put the link in, so if anybody want to come up, just come up. Copy. But yeah, there is a there's a whole lot. But ain't no 50 Europeans go into Africa and bring out millions of slaves. So please stop that. Please stop that. Not even the Portuguese. Queen Nzinga had kept them back until the treacherous Africans um, uh, betrayed her, and they chopped her head off. But I'm glad they ain't chop her head off before she got a chance to curse her damn husband out. I curse him too. Oh, okay, that's nice. You know why Medusa got her head chopped off, right? Let me tell you about Medusa. Originally, she was the mother of humanity. The snakes in her hair are locks, right? Like what some people call dreadlocks, they're locks, right? She originated actually in North Africa, I believe in the Sudan area, Libya, Sudan area, right? The mother of humanity, like I said, she got her head chopped off. But you know why she was hated? I know they used a story. Was it a Greek story? Was it a Greek story? Well, one of those goddesses was mad at her because she was supposed to be so beautiful, that no man could was it Athena? I don't think it was Athena. Was it Athena? let me see. Because originally, if like historically, Medusa was from Sudan or Libya, somewhere over there in North Africa. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Who turned what's her name into Medusa? Athena. That's it. Athena. Now, um, I believe she was Greek, right? Athena. It was supposed to be okay. Let me just say this because a lot of the stories was like mushed together, right? So a lot of the Greek stories are really talking about gods and goddesses from Africa. Hold on 1 minute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, Miss Sunkiss? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello? Okay. Okay. I don't think it was heaven. Okay, let me say this. The the Greek gods, the Greek gods were based on African pantheons. And I want to say specifically the Anunnaki. The Greek god, and like the Anunnaki, I don't know if y'all know about the Anunnaki, but they were supposed to be the ones that created the first and the second set of people, or the first and the second people. Now, remember, I told y'all that mankind, humans, and humankinds are four totally different entire entities in its own right. They're not the same. They're not the same. They're all different entities in their own right. Mankind, human, and humankind. They're all different entities. Okay. So the Anunnaki are the ones that made the sets of beings. I believe they made man and human. They made both because there were other beings here on this earth. It wasn't just man and human, but they made those people. You have mankind who is kind of like man, and then you have humankind who are kind of like human, right? The Anunnaki didn't make them, right? So when they created man and mankind, well, anyway, the Greek gods I, are based on the Anunnaki gods and goddesses. That's who they are based on. And the only reason why their names, the names that they're named, is because according to every culture, I'm gonna tell you, their culture, the Anunnaki like stories are all over the world in all different cultures. But according to that culture and their level of perception and understanding in their cult, right? According to that, it was the stories were interpreted according to that perception of that culture. So that's exactly who the Greek gods are. And what was her name? It was a beautiful maiden. I don't remember her name, but is Athena is, how would you say, a what's the word I'm looking for? She's an imitation of who people know as Ishtar, or Set, Isis, and who I know of as Inanna, right? And now remember, I'm telling you this is that these everybody according to their culture, because when you're in a certain culture, your frame of mind is set to that culture. So the stories are interpreted in a way that's set to that culture. So I hope you can understand that. So yes, also Diana, but people know Athena, she's also she is right. She is what people would know as Ishtar or Set, Isis, who I know as Inanna. Like I said, Inanna is Anunnaki. Okay, that's her Anunnaki name, Inanna. Okay, her Sumer name is Inanna. Her Anunnaki name is Unanna. Her Kemetic name is or Set. Her Greek name is Isis. Her Greek name is or Athena. Right. Isis came long after Athena. Athena was first, and as actually she still have her temples in Greece. They're in great condition. I got my passport. I That's one of the places that I intend on going. I'm trying to go all over the world and see all of her temples all over the place. But Greece was definitely on the map on my list. It is in great condition. Her temple in Greece is in great condition. But okay, so Athena is Inanna, who is the Anunnaki version or the Sumer version. There was in the Greek story, there was this beautiful maiden. She was so beautiful, but she also she also she also worships Athena. She worshipped Athena, this particular beautiful maiden, right? In this Greek story, she would worship Athena. So now Athena's husband, Poseidon, he's the dude that's in the ocean, right? He's the mermaid from the ocean, Poseidon, right? That was Athena's husband. So now he likes this beautiful maiden. He's stalking her. He sees that she's always in Athena's temple giving her offerings and stuff like that, right? She worships Athena, her goddess, right? So he tries to come on to her and she's like, nah, I ain't with all of that. That's okay. So he couldn't take no for an answer. So he raped her in the temple while she was in the temple in the middle of worshiping Athena. He sexually assaulted. He took it. He just took her vagina, right? Even though she said no, he just took it. And Athena got mad. She didn't get mad at Poseidon and do a Lorena Bobbitt on Poseidon. For y'all who don't know who Lorena Bobbitt is, just Google her. She didn't do a Lorena Bobbitt on Poseidon. She turned this beautiful maiden into Medusa. And because of her being Medusa, she was supposed to be so ugly that whoever looks at her will turn to stone. And Medusa had the head of snakes, and she was also if I'm not mistaken, she was like half of her body, like her lower part of the body was a snake, and her upper torso was just her upper torso with the breast and the arms, and her hair, instead of hair, it was locks. Now, I'm saying this to say because this is a Greek story. And what that says to me is that, what that says to me is um, the European woman going on the pedestal and taking down the mother of humanity. Because when you look into Medusa, she originated in Northern Africa, in Libya, Sudan. And I'm not talking about the people who live there now, because the people who live there now are like descendants of the invaders. I'm talking about the indigenous people that were there. You already know the complexion of their skin, right? That was where the mother of humanity lives also, right? So when you look at it like that, that's like taking down the mother of humanity. Now all of a sudden you just making her ugly, and you're putting yourself on a pedestal. And then you also have to know that even in Kush, which was it used to be called, well, it used to be called Kush, but it was also called Northeast Africa, which is like India, where India and Sri Lanka is today. That used to be Kush. That was also where you know, heavily melanated people lived, right? And their gods were the Nagas, you know, and the Nagas were like half serpent, you know, the lower body, the lower their lower torso was that of a serpent, and their upper torso were, you know, breast and arms, or if it was a man, you know, his chest and his arms, right? Yeah, so and those were Nagas, but they were also, you know, heavily melanated people. So you already know, like they're I'm not talking about the ones that's been miscegenated by the I'm not talking about the ones that are there now, the Indo-Europeans. I'm talking about like the indigenous people that was there, right? When it used to be called Kush, right? So they were heavily melanated. So to me, that's just a story to say that that's just a part of taking down the mother of humanity. And in Libya, you know, she wasn't, you know, the mother of humanity was beautiful, you know, and the snakes in the Greek version of the story, her snake hair is really locks, or what a lot of people call dreadlocks. You know, does anybody want to come up? I put the thing in the chat. So that's good, Miss Healing Arts. That's good. That's she's original. Medusa is original, mother of humanity. So yeah, she was definitely a goddess. And I'm saying that to say also that story, it reminds me of not only, you know, taking the mother of humanity off the pedestal and putting the European women on a pedestal, but also even in slavery. Even in slavery in this country, a lot of black women were whipped, mutilated, and tortured because the husband of the white woman, you know, would be raping the woman's the female slave, the woman slave. You know, I don't believe a lot of it was consensual. You know, maybe it was so they wouldn't get killed. You know, that's still rape. You know, that's still doing that. There are like men who will deceive another woman and lie to her and make her think that, oh yeah, I love you, I want to be with you forever, but he knows it's not true. He's just saying these deceitful things just so he can get into her pants. That's also rape. I know this, it might be taken down, but I don't care. But it is what it is. That's the same thing, you know. Mental rape is real, spiritual rape is real, and physical rape is real. That's what all of that is, you know. But I believe for the most part that most of these women were I believe most of the women in slavery, it wasn't consensual. The same way that they had to lay down with the bucks of the farm that the slave master made them lay down with to have more babies. That was also rape, and so was the slave master. I don't believe none of that was consensual. None of that, whether it was the slave master or whether it was the slave doing the fucking. It don't matter. All of that was rape. Because like I said, there's a spiritual rape, a mental rape, and a physical rape. All of that is real. All of that is real. And that, like I was saying, that story with Athena and Poisoning, she was so jealous of this beautiful woman, even though this beautiful woman was assaulted. She was assaulted, but Athena did not, she did not consider that. All she considered was that her husband, her man, wanted this woman, even if he had to take it. That was a problem. That the problem was that he wanted her. No matter how he got her, that was the problem. He wanted her. And that's the same thing in slavery. A lot of women slaves were raped. I mean, you know, they were tortured, they were whipped, they were beaten, mutilated. Their kids got murdered and everything because the or even beat to death. They even beat their kids to death. This is in a book too. They were her property because because the woman, the white woman, was jealous that her husband even thought about, you know, wanting to have sex with this black woman, this slave. Like, you know, how dare you be an object of desire? Mind you, I said object of desire because just because someone desires you, it doesn't necessarily mean that they respect you. Okay? So the white woman was like in slavery was like, how dare you be the object of desire to my husband, you know? I'm gonna whip you and I'm gonna whip your kids to death. Take your clothes off. He ain't gonna desire you no more after this. And he probably didn't and just moved on to the next one, you know, because for the most part, a lot of those white men inherited those slaves through their wife. You know, contrary to what these people going around here saying, you know, a lot of the wealth was passed down to these white women, and a lot of the men got their wealth through the women that they married. A lot of them weren't even well off. They got that wealth through the women that they married. A lot of the wealth was passed on down to the women, right? That's how it was in European society. The wealth was passed on to them, and that was for the people who had the money, because for the most part, the people who didn't have the money, you know, they were the serfs and the slaves and the criminals, you know, going to jail just because they was trying to steal a piece of bread because they were starving. You know, that's how it was. And that's who they sent over here to this country. So these people ain't never built anything really. They sent them over here to this country. They sent all the to the new world, they called it. They sent all the criminals over here. They sent all the criminals over here. They sent all the criminals over here. And they sent the criminals over here. They sent the mentally insane over here. But for the most part, they sent a lot of criminals over here, and they banished all the Jews over here too. Spain kicked them out and sent them over here too, and they sent them over here broke because that was a decree that they actually withdrew. I think back in 19. Well, the decree to expel the Jews in Spain was written in 1492. and I think it was Fernandad and Isabella. They wrote this decree, and they was like, y'all need to leave all y'all shit here. You can't take nothing with you. Get on that boat and get the fuck up out of here and go to the New World. They sent them all over here. I guess some of them was lucky if they like I said, when Jewish people want to pass for white, they'll pass for white, but they don't consider themselves white. Only when they have to pass for survival, right? Or when it's beneficial to them, right? So they sent them all over here, and they just retracted that decree only like I think 1978, 1980. They just retracted it. Like they was like, okay, we take this back. So I'm guessing that they also got their wealth back that their ancestors from 1492 had to leave in Spain when they came over here to the New World. I think that was why a part of why America gave Jews reparations, because they got reparations too from America. America paid out, and I think that has a lot to do with that also. Um, because they had to leave all of their wealth, and they was expelled over here. So when they came over here, they was broke and they had to survive, and they fit into white society. Yeah, that book, Miss Sunkiss's Booth, They Were Her Property. I had to read that in increments because I couldn't stomach that shit. That shit was it was sickening to my stomach. Yeah, it was. But it is what it is. I mean, shit like that happens. Yeah. And the white women, like I was saying, I don't know what these Negroes are talking about today. And I guess the white men that are talking about agreeing with these Negroes or whatever, they're like the people who didn't really have any money, because like I said, most of them came over here. They weren't like the nobility, or like the dukes, the duchess, the lords, the ladies, the marquis. None of them. No prince. I mean, Queen Charlotte only just, I don't even know if she came to visit. That's why they named Charlotte, South Carolina after her, or if they just named it after her. um, King George in Georgetown. I don't think any of those people came over here, but and I'm talking about all like the rich people who were nobility and who were related to the royalty, was usually the nobility, and people with titles, Duke, Duchess, Earl, um, Lady, Lord, things like that. Now, the people, even, and I'm gonna tell you this also, that those people with those titles, they weren't allowed to work. They couldn't, like, in their culture, their society, they was not allowed to have a job. So you could have a white man or a European man with the title of Duke, but he wasn't allowed to work, right? And that title was usually handed down generationally, right? He wasn't allowed to work. His money either came through the wealth that was passed on down to him, or the rich duchess that he had to marry in order to maintain his lifestyle, right? That's how that happens. And even laymen, men that had like upper class jobs, like doctors, lawyers. They don't call them lawyers in Europe. I forgot what they call them, but doctors, lawyers, uh, engineers, people who made things like clocks and architecture, people like that. Even those people were usually funded by people like with those titles of dukes and duchess and stuff like that. They were able to work because they didn't have a title, and they could have been a cousin of a duke or a duchess, you see. but they were allowed to work because they didn't have a title or anything like that. But yeah, the people with titles, they weren't allowed to have, they weren't allowed to have jobs. Like I said, these people didn't like really build anything. They weren't allowed to have any jobs, right? And the people that they sent over here, the Europeans that they sent over here to this country, like I said, they were the serfs and slaves of their society. They were all illiterate. None of them could read. They weren't even allowed to. The only thing they were allowed to learn how to read was the Bible. That's if they were even allowed to learn how to read. But for the most part, Europeans were not allowed to learn how to read. The only people that were allowed to have those skills were like the laymen, the people who did trades and stuff like the high upper class trades, real estate man, lawyer, doctor, teacher, shit like that, and the dukes and duchess and lords and all of them people, and the ladies and all of them people. Those were the only ones that were allowed to read. This is European history now I'm talking about, because you got to know what was going on in the world while you were being made into a slave, while African men were selling you out to these people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they expelled the Jews 1492. That's when they expelled all the Moors also from all out of Europe, because at that point the Moors were in Europe for like 800 years. I think they were there 11, 12. I think they were there like 800. They were there for like 800 years. So we're talking about since 600, 700 AD. And they was all, well, the descendants of them were all expelled out of Spain by 1609. But for the most part, all the Moors and the Jews were expelled from Europe in 1492. That was like the last gist of them. And the Moors were like, the Moors are the reason why Islam gained so much power in numbers. Because I don't like really want to talk about Islam, because when you do, people want to make death threats to you and stuff like that. But I'm just talking about history. Um, when Islam first came out by the Muhammad guy who married the little 10-year-old girl and had sex with her when she was 11, when he wrote that what's that book called, the Quran, when he wrote the Quran, it was like only 5 of them. It was like only 5 of them that was, in that cult, right? It was only 5 of them. I'm exaggerating, but they wasn't large in number. They wasn't large in number. What made them large in number were the Moors, who were the indigenous people of like Libya, Sudan. I'm talking about the indigenous people. I'm not talking about the descendants of invaders, right? They were the indigenous people of Morocco, Sudan, Libya, all in that northern African part, right? Um, those who the Moors were, they were them, and then a mixture of they were really, the Moors were really the Africans who were cast out of their community. Because like I said before, if you go back, may he rest in power, Baba Credo Mutwa, I remember he said that like African people before, when the Sibyls, rules everything, when God was a woman, you know, Baba Credo Mutwa said that during that time when God was a woman, and when it was the women, the witches, the Sibyls, and all of them that was running the communities, that there was no jails, there were no there was no prisons, there were no jails, and there was not even a death penalty, because he was like, these Negroes ain't scared of death. That's what he said. He was like, these Negroes ain't scared of death, because they know, like, they die, they gonna come back, reincarnate into something, like they coming back. So they wasn't scared of death. He said the only thing that African people were scared of is magic, which makes a lot of sense to me, which is why they're over there killing children and saying that they're not just killing children, but they're like mutilating them, cutting them up into pieces and stuff like that, and calling them witches. And these are little babies that they're doing this to this day. But he said that was the only thing that they were scared of was magic. And when they couldn't use magic to control their behavior, if they did something so bad that it warranted, a death penalty, what they would do is they would exile them from the community, because being exiled from the community is worse than death. That's like a spiritual death. When you are cut off from your roots, it's a spiritual death. And speaking of being cut off from your roots and having a spiritual death, I think those were the intentions of the treacherous, murderous, thieves, Africans, that males that sold us over here on the Western Hemisphere into slavery, because that was the mind of that culture. Their intentions was to cut us off from our roots, because once we're exiled from the community and we're cut off from our roots, we're dead. Like if you cut the roots off of any plant or tree, is that plant or tree going to survive? No, it's not. And that was their intentions, to cut us off from our roots. That's why I have no desire to go to that continent. I would not step my foot on that continent. I don't care. It ain't no motherland. Wherever the mother of humanity rests her foot is the motherland. That's how it is, okay? Wherever the mother of humanity step her foot at is the motherland. I don't care where she put her foot at on this earth. Wherever she put her foot at is the motherland, the mother of humanity. Fuck all of that shit. I said what I said. But that was their intention. That was their intention, to cut us off from our roots, to get to basically, so we would experience a spiritual death. And for the most part, that's happening for a lot of American descendants of slavery. A lot of them are experiencing that spiritual death because they've been cut off from their roots so bad, which is why you know, they need to be told things to feel good about themselves. Like, yeah, it's just sad. But Baba Credo Mutwa said that. So, and cutting off people from our roots. So what happened was, all of these communities in Africa, the criminals, instead of, there was no jail, there was no death penalty. If they did something bad enough to warrant a death penalty, they was exiled from the community, which to them was like a death. They was made to wander around the continent with no community. And if they ended up at another community, that community would not let them in, because they would already know that they've been exiled from whatever community. They would be able to tell whatever community they came from by the garb they wore, their loincloth, the feather in their head, the jewelry that they wore around their neck, the scars on their face, the tattoos on their arms or whatever. They'll know what community they came from, and they'll know, just because this person is alone and wandering, that they've been exiled and they are no longer, and they're a criminal. So these people no longer having a community and just wandering around the land of Africa, wandering around the whole damn continent. They all banded up together. This is the origin of the Moors. This is the origin of what everybody knows as the Moors. They were a fatherless child, a motherless child, basically, because the community is the mother, right? They were a motherless child, basically, and they all banded together and they became the Moors. They all banded together. They all banded together. They're nomads in the continent. They're not accepted by any community. They banded together and made their own community. They became their own community. They became the Moors, and they were nomadic now. They don't have a set place where they stay at. They're Moors. They banded and made their own family. And they not only ended up in Europe, but they ended up in Asia too. They ended up in Asia. I think it used to be called Burma. I think it's now called, well, is it still? I think it's still called Burma. It used to be called Siam. And then I forgot what Thailand used to be called before it was Thailand. But they ended up over there. And it's crazy how I found that out, because I was going through the history of, I was actually reading the history, some Southeast Asian history. And I was looking at the history of Thailand. And I believe it's still called Burma. I'm not sure. Don't take my word for it, but it was called something else. But I was going through the history of that, and I found out that Thailand was actually named after one of the queens. I think her name was Serio Thai. Her last name was Thai. And she was famous. They even got a statue of her in Thailand. I don't know what part of Thailand, but they got a friend of mine visited and posted that on her Facebook, the statue. I forgot where part of Thailand it was, but Thailand was named after her. She was a famous queen. She married her king, and they were at war with another Asian people. I believe it was the Burmese, right? I believe it was Burma. I'm not sure, but they were Asian people that her people were at war with. These other people was always trying to invade them, the Thailand people. And she was famous because of something during a war, something that happened where her husband, and she got on the elephant and went to the gates, and I think she had stopped the enemy from coming in and getting at her people or something like that. But she was famous for that. She met her husband at the gates of war yeah, that was crazy. But with all of her bravery and courage, they were still defeated. Her son, he became king, but they were under the enemy's they were colonized, right? For lack of a better term, they were colonized by the other Asians that, was always trying to invade them. So her son became king, and then when he had a son, his son was I don't want to say kidnapped, but the royalty of the other side of the conquerors came to get her grandchild, so he can live with them and be educated with them, because they were colonized now, right? And in order to keep the peace, that's what had to happen. And so the son went over there to live with them, and he was trained, I think, by monks. He was educated by monks in the monastery. And when he got old enough, he left, but he didn't leave to go back to his home, his people. He actually left to go travel or build up an army so he can fight the same people, that colonized his people and get them out of their land. And during his travels, he ran into some Moors who was in Asia, He ran into some Moors, and automatically the Moors called him his brother. This Thailandese prince called him his brother and agreed to help him fight in a war. So the Moors were all over because they were a motherless child, right? They were basically kicked out of the continent of Africa. They were all over. They were all in Europe. They controlled Europe for 800 years until they got put out. They lived amongst the Asians in China, Japan, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, all over Asia, all over Asia. And I believe Islam became like the second most biggest religion on the planet is because of the number of Moors, their quantity. They was inducted into that when they left Africa and ended up in Europe. You know, they had to pass Northeast Africa, the Arabs, where the guy who had the child's wife, you know, and had sex with her when she was like 11 and wrote the Quran. You know what I'm saying? He it wasn't many, it was like only 5 of them. So with the Moors coming in like that, you know, of course they took on that religion, right? Or that cult. And they actually made it they actually made Islam uh big, the second biggest religion on the planet, right? It was the Moors. I've even read there's even some Filipinos, people in Filipinos who are Islamic, they call themselves Moros. You know, and that's because the Philippines was a Spanish colony also. So Moros really means more in Spanish. But yeah, the ones that's Muslim over there or into Islam religion, they call themselves Moros, Filipino people. Yeah. But but the Moors were in Europe for like 800 years, and they were expelled from Europe, from England. They were in England. They were in Ireland. They were in Sicily. They were in Russia. They were in Portugal. They were in Spain. They were in they were all over Europe. They were all over Europe. They were all over Europe. And they're the ones who actually um, gave the maps or navigated the European ships to the New World over here in the Western Hemisphere. It was the Moors. It was the Moors that did that. You know, it was the Moors that did that, and it was the Moors who also had the bright idea of going into Africa, where they were expelled from, to get people to sell over here, to human traffic, basically, to the New World, so somebody could build it for the Europeans. You know, and the reason why they had maps to navigate over here on the Western Hemisphere is because Black people, or so-called Black people, or African people, were already here. They were already here, and you know they had the maps for that shit already. They were already here. They were just already here. I can't like stress that enough. There were some that were already here. As a matter of fact, I remember reading somewhere that the so-called Native Americans who were like nomadic on the lands, like the Moors were nomadic in Africa, were in the same situation, and they were considered to be uh, you know, savages, just like the people who became the Moors and were exiled from their communities. They were savage criminals, you know, and that's from what I read. I can't remember where, it was some years ago, like maybe 13 years ago, but yeah, they were considered by the people, the black-headed people or the Black people that were here already, as to be savage criminals, and they were not allowed to be in their communities, which were stable and not nomadic at all, you know. But yeah, so that was the Moors who really started all of that, you know. And it's a lot of payback too, because while the Moors were in Europe, they also raped a lot of European women. They sold them, they human trafficked them, they used them as concubines, as sex slaves, things like that. So it's kind of deep, because with that happening, this is why, you know, you got that story of Athena doing what she did to Medusa because her man wanted her. You know, this is why you have that story. Um, the European women made a pact with her man, the European man, because of what was happening to her. He was also called, you know, coward, all of that, everything, you know. Um, this is like really, really deep. But the Moors, they they've been with European women, but when they began, those European women were sex slaves, and they were concubines, and they made a pact with their men to reverse that, pretty much, to reverse that. And I guess nobody want to come up. Nobody want to come up. So that is like real deep. That's probably another story that I have to get into, because that was a pact. Nobody built anything over here. A lot of things were already here built, and the slaves built the rest. You know, um, even wow, that's just a lot of it's a lot. It's a whole lot. But nobody want to come up. Okay, so I'm just gonna just cut it off here. Just know that the Moors started all of this. Um, they had Europe, control of Europe for 800 years. They had Europeans in captivity. They used European women as concubines and sex slaves. European women made a pact with their men to get out of that situation. And finally, by 1492, after 800 years, the Europeans expelled the last black person out of their country. And the whole reversal thing happened. The whole thing with the white supremacy, the white supremacy, the mother of humanity being taken off the pedestal, the European woman being put on the pedestal, the mother of humanity being desecrated, degraded, and everything. That's when that all happened. You know, in the Netherlands, they even celebrate, you know, I know a lot of people look at this and say it's racist. It's not racist. They actually celebrate the expulsion of the Moors, of when, that's why they'll come outside in the streets in blackface, literally in blackface and red lips, because that's supposed to represent the Moors who they kicked out of their country. Did I mention that they was in the Netherlands too? Yeah, they was in the Netherlands, Portugal, all of that. But they, I don't know what time of the year, but every year they'll come out and they'll have like their little festivals. Same thing as like with Juve, like in the Caribbean, they celebrate Juve, what Nicki Minaj, she's Trinidadian. She's not ADOS. She's Trinidadian, where she got mad at that actor who used to date Steve Harvey daughter. I forgot that actor name, but anyway, he he had a liquor come out called Juve, and then Nicki Minaj came out and dissed him, even though it's American descendants of slavery that made her where she at today. But she dissed him, saying, "Oh, you don't know nothing about Juve. That's an insult." That, and he quickly took his liquor off the market and apologized to her. And boy, I tell you, boy, I tell you. But Juve is celebrated in Trinidad and Tobago. And what Juve is every year, I don't know what time of the year they do it, but the Trinidadian and Tobago people would come out and celebrate in the street. They'll wear blonde wigs. They'll paint their face white to look like white people. They'll dress up in colonial clothes, you know, um, and they'll paint themselves white. They'll either use paint or they'll use like powder, like real powder, and put white powder all over their face and make themselves look European. And they're doing that to celebrate when they expelled the colonial slave masters out of Trinidad and Tobago. And they call it Juve. And that's actually a French word. So I don't know how the Trinidadians got to that. But Juve is a French word. But anyway, they celebrate that, and it's the same thing. But nobody calls them racist, though. They just tell you, don't you, how dare you, American Negro, name your liquor after our celebratory holiday. Don't call your shit Juve, you know? How dare you, you know? But it's um it's it's the same thing that they do in the Netherlands, right? But they just wear blackface, right? Because they're not black, right? Just like the Trinidadians do whiteface because they're not white, so they do whiteface. And the Netherlands, people in the Netherlands do blackface, and that's really to celebrate the expulsion of the Moors in their country. That's all that's about, and they still do that to this day. They still do that to this day. See, they didn't forget their history like you did. You forgot your history. They didn't forget their history. And that's not racist what they're doing. They're celebrating the time they kicked Negroes out of their country. That's basically what they're doing. The same thing that the Trinidadians do. That Nicki Minaj got on an American Negro for, you know. Boy, I tell you, that's just so sad. But when they kicked them all out and they all the nobility people, like I told you, they couldn't work, they wasn't allowed to have no jobs, you know, guess who they sent over here? They sent America is really a colony of England. I don't know if y'all know this. I know y'all may think that y'all have independence, but it's really like in England, even to this day, still consider the states a colony. United States of America is a colony. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, um, they sent the people who they sent over here were like the beggars, like I told y'all, Europeans, the only Europeans that was allowed to learn how to get an education, including reading, were the upperclassmen, the workers who were doing upper class trades, doctor, lawyer, teacher, clockmaker, accountant, architecture, real estate guy, stuff like that, right? But the nobility, like the lords, the ladies, the dukes, the duchess, you know, like I said, them guys couldn't work. They only had a title. They couldn't keep their title and get a job. and the only money they got was through the women that they married. So I don't know where all of this high value man come from, because they didn't have no money unless they married, a noble woman who, and once he married her, her money automatically became his. That's how it works. That's how it worked. So basically, men needed women. At least the European men needed women, right? So they sent the people over here who were the poor people who weren't allowed, the European poor people who weren't allowed. The only thing they were allowed to learn how to read was the Bible. And for the most part, they sent them over here, and a lot of the insane people from the asylum, because they didn't have to worry about feeding them no more. They sent the criminals, and most of the criminals were people who were like stealing bread because they were starving, and like they didn't have a system where everybody ate. They really didn't have that system. Like the only way you ate was if you worked for like the nobility. Like you had to be cleaning their toilets, taking care of their horses, winding their clocks. Yeah, they literally had jobs for people to fucking keep the clocks in their mansions and castles wound up. Like they had to go around and wind up the clocks. They literally had jobs like that. Like for real, for real. Those are the only people, like if you were lucky enough to get a job, but for the most part, if you wasn't working for these people, you couldn't eat. And that's who they sent over here to this country to build this country, them and the Jews that they expelled. That's who they sent. That's who they sent over here. And the thing was, they were supposed to come over here and farm the land and send the food back over there to Europe. That's what it was supposed to happen. And they was actually doing that until the Revolution War. When the dreads of society, the founding fathers was like, fuck that, we ain't doing that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be our own men, and we're gonna just rule our own country, and we ain't gonna have no king no more. No lords, no ladies, no dukes, no duchess, no earls, no marquis, none of that. So yeah, that's what happened up until the Revolutionary War. But the game plan was to have these European people come over here and farm the land and send the food back over there to Europe, because also they didn't have too much farmland over there. They and the land that they did have that could have been farmed, um they still had poor people do it. But check this out now. This is where the word lord and lady comes from, because that's actually like the word where the word landlord comes from. That's a tenant, a person. Like if I'm a tenant, I pay my rent to the landlord, right? That was the same thing over there. The people who had land and owned land and rented it out to tenants, those were lords and ladies and lords. And usually this land that they had, if it was farmable, because a lot of Europe was not farmable. It was not like fertile like that where they could grow a lot of stuff. But if it was, the people that rented that land had to pay rent and taxes to the landlords and to the landladies, you know? And a lot of them couldn't even, they still could barely eat. They could barely freaking eat. Like even doing that, they could barely freaking eat. So like it was really rough. They had a rough system. Either you was a part of the army, that was the only way you was gonna eat, or you was winding up clocks for their castles and and mansions. That was the only way you was gonna eat. Or you had to farm the land and sell the goods and pay most of that to the landlord. That was the only way you was gonna eat. So a lot of the people they sent over here was with those intentions to farm this fertile land here in America and to send all the goods back over there to Europe. That's what that was supposed to be about. But instead, the Moors, well, you know what happened. They didn't end up doing that. They ended up bringing slaves over here and slaves building it for them, you know, and all the indigenous people, I want to say, the indigenous people that were here. I'm not talking about the people who call themselves Native Americans, because like I said, the black people that was here considered them people to be savage criminals too, which is why they were nomadic. They wasn't allowed to stay in anybody's community. They were nomadic. But the indigenous people that was here, most of them were like extincted. They were extincted. When you hear when they say quote unquote the Indian is extinct, that's who they're talking about. They're talking about the black Africans that were already here. These indigenous people that were here, they're extinct. And all you really have left roaming around are the people that call themselves Native Americans, but even they were miscegenated. Even they went through miscegenation, those so-called Native American Indians. So they're not even really they're mixed. They're mixed just as much as slaves are over here. They're mixed just like that. You know, they're not 100% Native American either. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so these European people were supposed to produce the goods and bring it over here. Instead, they had the slaves do it for them. Then they was like, fuck that. We're not doing that for you anymore. And they had the revolution, and then they began building their own society with their own caste system, right? And the slaves were considered property. They weren't even considered independent. They were considered like cattle, like you own cows and sheep and dogs and stuff like that. That's who the slaves were considered. They were considered property. They were considered property like that. And these people made their own caste system now. Now they have their own caste system, you know, with the slaves on the bottom. And the crazy thing is um, they still mimicked a lot of their European ancestral ways. They still mimicked a lot of that in terms of lifestyle and stuff like that. But I'm gonna tell you, a lot of them that came over here dirt poor and became rich, you know, off of the cotton that the slaves and the cotton gin that a slave invented, right? It wasn't the slave master, but like I said, slaves were considered property, so they didn't even have any type of independent thought, and any of their, and even their independent thought and independent ingenuity did not belong to them. It belonged to the slave master. So if the slave engineered a better way to wash clothes, like invent the washing machine like they did, that would go, that intellectual property, that's intellectual property that belonged to the slave master. So they got rich off of cotton gin, cotton. That was the thing. They got rich off of that. And even when they got rich off of that, the crazy thing is, you know, that was new money. It wasn't old money like uh, the people that was still in Europe that had actually sent them over here. They became new money, and it even got to a point where they would take their daughters and stuff and try to go back to Europe and get their daughters to marry like people, men with titles, because they had money. You see what I'm saying? Now that even though it was new money and they still wasn't considered to be a part, like, you know, this isn't a cult. These people, this is old money. These European people, they had this money all this time. Like you're not a part, you will never be a part of their club. Like you will never be a part of their cult, right? Even if even if you have more money than them. And a lot of times, a person from over here, a white person from over here, could have had more money than that European person with a title who was a duke. He could have been broke, but it's just his title that made him prestigious. Like I said, those people wasn't even allowed to have a job, and they got their money through marrying the European women who had money. That's how they got their wealth. That tradition passed on over here because uh, most of the slaveholders were white women. Most of them were white women. They were her property. Read that book. So that tradition passed on over here. So they would try to take their daughters over there to Europe and get them to marry the broke dukes and the broke lords and the broke earls, the ones who was like desperate because they didn't have no money. All they had was a title. But if they married this rich American girl, automatically they would have her wealth. You know what I'm saying? They tried to do that. A lot of it didn't work. I'm not sure. I think maybe a few it happened and it was like Hollywood, like that actress, that blonde actress. I forgot what was her name. I don't know, some blonde, Grace. Grace, I think her name was Grace Kelly. Well, she married like a prince, a European prince. I don't know if he was a prince of Morocco, Italy, one of those small European countries. She actually died in a car accident with her daughter, driving her daughter. She was an actress. I think her name was Grace Kelly. Like she was one of the few, that actually got a title. You know what I'm saying, from the Europeans. But and that was way after slavery. Well, not way after slavery, but that was after slavery because slavery wasn't really all of that far removed from her. But during slavery, that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to get a lot of their daughters those titles from the European, but the European people wouldn't fuck with them like that because they were new money, and that wasn't their cup of tea, pretty much. But yeah, I think I've talked enough. So Athena is very much like yeah, like I said, the European woman bringing the mother of humanity off the pedestal, putting herself on the pedestal, and like in slavery, you know, she was jealous. She was jealous of this slave woman dressed in rags, you know, and everything, sleeping on hay or sleeping on the dirt floor. She was jealous of her because her husband sexually assaulted her. She was jealous of this slave woman and had the slave woman whipped, had her children whipped to death. Yeah, they did all kinds of nasty shit. White women, but this it all goes with it. And like I said about especially about the gay black men, oh boy, I tell you. Well, if they want white penis, trust me, white penis want black male booty. It works both ways. They want white male booty, but they're not going to tell you that they want white male booty. They're not going to tell you it worked. Well, you know, Tariq Nasheed made a video about it called Butt Breaking. He made a soft porn video about it for them to get off on, you know. And everybody wants to imitate her, even the gay males, and it don't matter what color they are, white, black, Asian, Latino. It don't matter. They all imitate the mother of humanity. They imitate what they stereotype her as. They all imitate her. So it's not just white women that do it, it's gay males too. It's gay males too. They all imitate her because everybody know who she is, that she's the standard of beauty and womanhood. So while they try to imitate her, they try to put her down, degrade her, and she's so onto herself, she don't even see that these same people are imitating her, are imitating her. But I'm just gonna leave it at that because I've been on here and nobody. Wait, hey Rue. Hey Rue.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Is it
okay.
Is it any? Do you have turn down the sound on the YouTube so it don't
Okay.
echo, or on the StreamYard? Turn down the mute either the StreamYard or the YouTube.
Okay.
Which one did you mute? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I
Okay.
don't know how much you caught. I've been just running my mouth. I've just been running my mouth.
Oh, I caught it
I
from the
heard something
beginning.
on the internet because it's like I was telling these young ladies, like, if you hear something that don't resonate with you, and everything, not just some things, but everything has to resonate. Everything that person say you have to be able to digest and evolve with it. And if you can't do that, like, you really don't need to be listening to these people. Because I've noticed that some people are trying to like find a way or trying to, find the truth. And then you got other people putting them down for that. And I'm like, that's
Right.
just crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off. What you were saying?
Oh no, I said I enjoyed the show. I learned a lot. For years I grew up hearing the black man this, the black man that, and of course the Nation of Islam, the black man is God. So I've been misled all these years. And black men talk this and that, but we was a part of, bringing the whole thing down to why we in the predicament we in. Oh, so
Yeah,
I've been lied to, just like you said earlier.
I've been lied to too. I've been lied to. We all been lied to.
Yeah,
We all been lied to. Yo, I was told, and I'm in New York, so I was getting that heavy. The Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, Black Man is God, and even I forgot that story that what's his name, Elijah Muhammad wrote about the how white men came to be because Yakub had made white men
right.
or grafted white men. I think he used that term graft. Did you hear about that?
Of
You
course.
know what I'm talking about that?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do, for real.
I forgot the name of that book, but I read that shit, I
Message
forgot
to
the
a
name.
black man, to
Is
the
that the
black
name
man.
of it?
Well,
Oh
he
my God.
did
I
write a
read that
book.
shit when I was like a teeny bopper. Boy, I tell you, I was like, I don't know, like maybe 14 or 15 when I read that damn book. That's the name of it?
It might be. I haven't read the book.
Okay, because I don't remember. I'm like 53 now, but yeah, I remember reading that shit, and I think Elijah Muhammad wrote it, and he said he got that message, I think, from Wallet Ford, the founder.
Right.
And he was, boy, I tell you, this is the crazy whole psychological thing about it, though. In that book, the dude was saying that the white man came about because he was grafted by an evil genius scientist called Yakub. And Yakub
Right.
made these white men, I don't know, he grafted them. I still don't even fully understand what the word graft means, right? I mean, I know
Right.
about a skin graft, like when they do in plastic surgery, like for burn victims and shit,
Right.
they'll do a
Right.
skin graft, and that means that they'll take the skin from one part of their body and put it on another part of their body, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's how I understand graft. And now I'm looking it up right now, and there's four definitions, two definitions as a noun, and then two definitions as a verb, an action word. And the first definition, and this is not, I don't think this is Webster's, this is just Google search. And I'm not sure which dictionary they get it from.
Right.
But it says a graft is a shoot or a twig inserted into a slit on the trunk or stem of a living plant from which it receives sap. Okay. So if I do that in human terms, in medicinal science, we call the trunk the upper torso is actually the trunk of the human body. And the upper torso is above the hip, or the body above the hip. That's the upper torso. So I would have to take a straw and insert it into a slit in my upper torso from which it receives sap. Sap would be blood. So I'm thinking, well, in the human, that would be blood. I'm thinking a vein or something. Well, shit, the heart. That's what most of that shit, yeah, the heart. Okay. So then that makes sense. And then the second one is a piece of living tissue that is transplanted surgically, grafted. A piece of living tissue that is transplanted surgically. They're making fake meat like that now. They're actually making fake meat human tissue. So they're basically going to get people to be cannibals one way or another, right?
Right. Right.
They're doing that now. And as a verb, it means to insert or shoot a shoot or a twig as a graft. And it means the same thing as a noun or a verb, transplant living tissue. So in this book, this dude said that it was an evil genius scientist called Yakub who grafted white men. So now that I'm understanding grafted a little more better, I'm thinking that he used something else to transplant this tissue in, right?
Right.
And I don't remember, did he say do you remember what he said he used to graft them? Was it the black man?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, look at the twist here. He used the black man's living tissue to make the white man, and he grafted the white man out of the black man, right?
Right.
Fast forward, right? Look at the Nation of Islam. If you go back and look at the Nation of Islam, if you look at the pictures from like when it first started, right?
Right.
All of the people are dark skinned. They like darker than me. They dark skinned. They black. They are dark skinned people. All of the Nation of Islam members are dark skinned, right? You go back to the beginning. Wallace Fard Muhammad, the one who started the Nation of Islam. If you look at him, he looked like a white man to me.
He do.
But check this out. He was I'm not sure if he was born during slavery or if he was born like right after the Emancipation Proclamation, right? What year was this man born? I'm gonna look it up right now.
Was he from America?
You know what? Look, this dude look white as fuck. I'm Googling him now. He was born like 15 years after slavery in 1877. He was born in Saudi Arabia, Mecca, Saudi Arabia. That's what Google says. But his nationality is American. So he probably an immigrant, like my dad and his people, you know?
Right.
It says he was born in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and his nationality is American. So yeah, he was probably he founded the Nation of Islam It says he disappeared in 1934. I don't know what that means.
Mm.
He disappeared from public record in 1934. And he founded the Nation of Islam in 1930. So he was born in 1877, right after okay, you gotta turn down, you gotta mute your mic.
Okay.
Because I hear a backup. One of your other mics isn't muted. Either mute the one from YouTube or mute the one from StreamYard. So he was he founded that he was born right after slavery. And I'm saying this to say this because I've heard like a lot of the people in the Black Power movement say that Wallace Ford Muhammad is black, right? And I'm like, anybody could be black, right? Anybody could be black, but especially like around that time, you had so much biracial children from slave masters and slaves, you know what I'm saying? You had so many of them. Either you could pass for black or you could pass for white. And even if you was close to white, you can even still say you black and you would be accepted for the most part. You know what I'm saying? But it's funny because in his book, he says that this black man made white people out of black men. But when you look at the Nation of Islam and how they morphed back then in the 1930s, they were all black. And if you look at them today in 2022, they all look like what's his name?
Wallace
Farrakhan.
D. Ford.
They all look like Farrakhan. And you know Farrakhan is biracial. And
Really?
he's not even American. He's I think he's Barbadian. Is he from Barbados, or he's from one of those damn Caribbean islands? He's not even American. He's Caribbean. He's Caribbean. Farrakhan. And he's biracial. He's
Biracial.
biracial. His mother is white. His mother is white. He's
Wow.
biracial. So you see the irony here
Yes.
that and even Elijah Muhammad looks biracial. He looked like he could be mixed with something. Uh, Wallace Fard Muhammad definitely looked white, who just injected himself into the black community. You know,
Wow.
that's what that looked like to me. But he writes this book and say that the white man made the black man made the white man out of the black man by grafting tissue from the black man. And when you look at the Nation of Islam, when they started out, if you look at the pictures, they all black back then in the 1930s, all the way up to maybe even 1960. And then if you look at them in 2022, they all look biracial. You don't see not one darky there. And if you do see a
Right.
darky, he out in the street selling bean pies. And what's that damn name of they freaking newspaper? The Final Call. That's the only thing you see them darkies doing.
Wow.
Yup. Yup.
I noticed that when Natural Tahuti debated Wesley Muhammad. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yup. They all biracial. They all biracial. So I'm like, ain't that's if that's not some cynical shit, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. That's not some cynical shit. But yeah. And that whole time they was in New York screaming, black man is God, the black man is God. But the truth is of the matter, the black man hates his mother. He hates his mother. He hates the mother of humanity. Like you can look at it, they out here killing left and right. This whole week, every day, some black dude murdered his baby mama and the babies and the baby mama's mama. Like the whole damn,
Damn.
everybody could go. That's been happening like every day this week that I've been, I don't usually like keep up with that, but it's just been coming up in my feed too damn much. And that's been like every day something different in some part of the country. Florida, California, Detroit, like it's just ridiculous. Chicago, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And they want to say mental illness, and it probably is. It probably, because when you have such a hate for your mother, like Urugu, I mean, like how can you expect a man to even to respect you?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, them African males, they were treacherous. Everyone who the Moors, they were treacherous. That's why they was exiled out the community, because they were savage criminals. They couldn't stay in a community like that. And who made the decision to exile them? The mothers who ran the communities. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. So all of this, they in cahoots. They got a contract with the white man. The white woman got a contract with the white man because, like I said, for 800 years, the Moors were using the European women as concubines and sex slaves. you know, and them European women were probably saying the same thing. You coward, get up and do something. You gonna let them do this to us? They in contract with them men. They in contract with them men.
And these are the guys that people talk about and brag about, or talk about Noble Drew Ali, and but they don't talk about what you told me about. He said the feminine principle or energy is coming back to the planet.
Yeah, he did say that. Noble Drew Ali. What he's from the Moorish nation, right? It's not the
Right.
same as the Moors, because Moorish, the suffix, or the suffix, the end ish means kind of like imitation.
Yeah.
But yeah, he said the same thing. But it's like a generational curse. It's a generational curse. There's this Kemetu proverb that says you cannot teach wisdom to men. You must inject it in their blood. That means their blood is their DNA. That means it has to be born in them,
Right.
right? It has to be born in them. That's the only way to put it in their DNA. So it's like, yeah, it's cellular memory is real.
Yeah.
Scientists has already came out and said that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, like, that's a part of that generational curse. It's in their cellular memory. They have to keep up with this pack. Even though they don't realize what they're doing, their cellular memory does. They got to keep up with this pack. You know. But yeah, Noble Drew Ali was right. The divine feminine energy is here, and she came back December 21st, 2021, officially. So it's like we used to say back in the day in Brooklyn, you either gonna roll with the rush or you just gonna get rushed. That's why also I'm like kind of like, I'm desensitized from all of the stuff that's going on. I'm pretty much desensitized, and I'm pretty much just sitting in the middle of the storm, in the middle of the chaos, at peace. like like real talk. I'm in the middle of all the chaos and in the storm at peace. Because a lot of people are gonna get rushed. They're not gonna be able to roll with the rush. Even if you warn them and let them know it's coming, even if you try to educate them on what's happening, there's still people that's gonna be the sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna have to be the
Right.
sacrifice for everybody else for other people to will manifest, basically. It's just is what it is. It's a lot. It's a lot of people that's just gonna be sacrificed. And I'm just like, I'm just so desensitized to all of that. These sons out here killing their mothers, these baby daddies out here killing their baby mamas and their sons, and I'm just like, then you got their families coming out to them, oh, she tried to get away from him, but he was she couldn't get away from him. And I'm like, but damn, you knew this nigga wasn't, was trying to harm her. You didn't do anything to help her get out the situation, in terms of like, in a situation like that, you can't move to the other side of town. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You got to move out of town. Like, you got to move 5 states across and not let nobody know where you're going. Like, in a situation like that. But it's so messed up with you know and I'm specifically talking about American descendants of slavery. The families are so fucking dysfunctional. Like, so
Right.
fucking dysfunctional. Like,
Right.
for real, so fucking dysfunctional that, like I said, a lot of people are going to be sacrificed. I don't even think that there are going to be any more American descendants of slavery in existence. I really do think that a lot of, like, they're going to be extinct. And like I said before, I keep saying it's only going to be like 5 families left before they even give out reparations. And those 5 families ain't even going to be in America at that point anymore.
Right.
That's how I feel. Like, it's just sad. The families are just so damn dysfunctional that, if somebody is like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I don't have any daughters, but if I did, and I knew that there was a guy out there that is capable of taking her life out and taking her children's life out, I would do everything in my power to make sure, if I have to send her to another country, that will happen. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So he couldn't get at her, you
Oh,
know.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh yeah, cause speaking of that, and plus the ABC community, it's something I've been wanting to tell you. And I remember a guy, Super Sly, on YouTube talked about how us in ADOS community, we not ready for these so-called alpha men who, deep down inside want to get at another man. Like one guy, I'm not gonna say no names, but he was from my hood. He spent 26 years in the pen, get out and start messing with a transvestite. But he was supposed to be one of the tough guys back in the day. We not ready for that conversation. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh my God, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you say Supernova Sloan said that shit?
Said no, Super Sly. This guy named Super Sly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But he was right though.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier. They, they prefer white penis. They prefer white penis.
Yeah.
And they any penis that they get with each other is just like for orgy purposes, like just to be sucking and fucking. They can't even have long-term relationships.
Right.
They can't even. So he's just coming out and saying that they want to just have orgies with other men. That's it. I know that they say that homosexuality started in Rome,
Yeah, I've
but
heard that.
yeah, but the thing, that's okay. With the Romans, they use that as like how you say, like, as a it was like a spoil of war, right? Whoever
Right.
they conquered, they would rape men and women, probably even little boys. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
They would rape whoever they conquered. And for the Romans, for you to be on the bottom during sex, whether you are a man or a woman, it didn't matter what gender you are, what genitals you have, man or woman. If you are on the bottom while having sex, if your position is on the bottom, they considered that in their mind, in their culture, their way of thinking, they considered that as a person that's giving up their power. That's what they considered that as, a person who was giving up their power. And for the most part, all these black males, and I'm specifically talking about the black gay males. I'm not talking about the white gay males or the Asian gay males. I'm talking about the black gay males. Specifically, what they're basically saying in Roman terms is that they're giving up their power to be a bottom bitch, to be a bottom bitch with a scrotum. Okay?
Right.
So I'm not surprised that some Negro will come out and say something like that. And you know something, that's probably well, you know, in terms of it has everything to do with the cycle, the sun cycle, and the energies that came on the planet and in our galaxy and stuff like that. But I'm gonna get
Right.
into that, in our own space, because there's a reason why they're gay and practice homosexuality. It's a spiritual reason behind that, of why they're doing that. And it makes sense to me that that dude would say something like that. It makes
Well,
sense
you
to
was
me.
talking about Benzino, that this rapper dude. He's old now. I think he's a few years older than you, but I think he was coming out the closet or some shit.
Well, I don't know why he waited so long, because don't nobody like no old gay black male person. I said that already in the beginning.
Well, he's
He's done
supposed to
with.
be
He
from the
he been
streets. You
against
know
the
how
wall.
it is.
Don't nobody want his dookie booty.
Well,
Don't
he had
nobody
to put
want his.
on the front.
Uh huh.
He's supposed to be a street cat. Just like the guy I just told you about who just got out the pen. You just can't come out and that bullshit. You know how it is.
Boy, I tell you, don't nobody want his dookie booty. He's old and over the hill. Don't nobody. He been over the hill since he was 24. Why he waited now to come out? That's
Because he
crazy.
got to put up the tough guy front,
Oh my
especially you
goodness.
from the streets. And
Ain't
a
nobody still
lot of
gonna
guys,
want him.
and let me tell you something. Um, the guy I told you about who just got out, he's not the first guy I know from the hood who I done heard about in the pen doing some suspect shit. I mean, you can't believe everything you hear, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I think that's why they even like going to jail. because that's the only place that they can be themselves
Right.
and be open about liking penis.
But on the
Yup.
streets, you gotta be, I'm a G, I'm hard. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Yup. That's the only place they can go and be their true selves. And I bet you them Aryans upstate New York love that dookie booty. The ones in the prisons.
Yeah.
I know they got all of them, KKK tattooed all over their chest and, all of the swastikas, even though they're using that, they don't even know what it is. But yeah, the swastika and the noose on tattooed on them. But child, boy, I tell you, I know they loving them some dookie booty up there. Mm-hmm. And I know they love getting they penis sucked by them strong jaws of a black male. For real, for real. I know they loving that up there, upstate New York. But yeah, I feel like them dudes just be going to jail all the time because that's the only love they can get, or they feel
Yeah.
like they can get. And that's the only place that they can really be themselves without nobody judging them. Yup. Yup.
And these niggas who had names in the streets, I'm hearing all this shit. I'm like, what? You serious? Boy, but tell you. But you're right about us being extinct because all we doing is killing each other, especially with the gang shit, the dope, everything. And it's like nobody cares. They just want to make a dollar, or what they say nowadays, get to the bag. That's all they care about.
Is that and well, I wanted to say homosexuality, but then again, that's not true because a lot of these dudes out here be double dipping. I feel for the most part,
Right.
especially the ones that got children, they be double dipping. That they really be doing men on the side and only mess with these black women, even though they don't want a black woman, but they only mess with them and
Right.
get babies by them to keep up a facade, like you said, like a facade that they, the tough guy in the street.
Right.
Yeah, they got a baby mama here, they got a baby mama there. They got a baby
Right.
mama there, a baby mama there. I'm telling you, I swear to God, I think them dudes are they all like penis. They all like
Right.
penis. Especially if they got all of these damn baby mamas. And these baby mamas are none the wiser. They think that, she either the only one, or if he cheating, that he cheating on her with another woman, and that's not true. In Brooklyn, HIV is running rampant around them young girls because of all the gay males out there. Yep. In
Damn.
Brooklyn, New York, is running rapid. All the girls, young girls, a lot of them are infected with HIV because of these guys out there, these black males that are double dipping. They walking with the female in his arm just to put up a front to everybody in the street. But while they walking down the street, they eyeing the next nigga up and down like they want some dick.
And you know what's funny about it? These will be the same niggas will laugh at you because you ain't fucking every bitch left and right, but they double dipping.
Yup. Yup.
Like, nigga, why you worried about how much pussy I get? Ain't that supposed to be between me and the woman?
Yup.
If I ain't getting none, so what? Why should you care?
Yup. Like I said earlier, sex is sacred. It's a sacred act, but a lot of people, they've been co-opted to use it as a tool of a recreation. And I use the word recreation like wrecking something, like wrecking a ship, recreation. I'm gonna type it in there again.
Damn. Also, hello.
Can you hear me? Oh, I think you muted yourself. But yeah, it's what the heck? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. I don't know what the heck this sign is showing me. But yeah, it's just crazy. Sex, it's supposed to be, it is a sacred act. It's a sacred act, but you know, you got people out here using it for recreational purposes, and that's definitely not cool. And then you got like, it's just disgusting, because then you even got like the alphabet gang. Like, yeah, they just like the same dudes you talk about, who's supposed to be heterosexual, and talking about all the women they be sleeping with. Them people in the LGBT community do the same thing. They do the same thing. They do the same thing, and it's just ridiculous. It's just really ridiculous. And I also noticed that they protect one another too. Like, in the sense that if the dude is double dipping, like he got a girl at home, um the full out of the closet gay male is not going to tell anybody. Is not going to even tell that girl, especially, you know.
Okay.
I remember one time in Queens, there was a lot of murders going on at the hotel from sex workers being murdered, but they were gay male sex workers, and they were black too. They were being robbed and they were being murdered, and a lot of times, even the ones that were being robbed and got away with their life, they still wouldn't even tell who the man was who did it. Yup, yup. They'll take that secret with them to the grave. Yup. But it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Also, I think that manosphere shit on YouTube is coming apart.
Well, they lost their daddy, Kevin Samuels, whose dookie booty hit the wall when he was 25. That's why he was so miserable. That's why he was so miserable. And he projected everything he projected on the black women was really about black gay males. Because, like I said, they the only ones that be gay and don't have no long-term relationships. Only the white gay people do that. Only the white gay people do that. And after they hit 25, them white men don't want their booty no more. They like young, fresh booty. They like young, fresh booty right out the box. They don't want no gay black male 25 and over. They dookie booty done hit the wall. Everything he was talking about black women, he was projecting, because that's how it really is in their community, in their gay community. Their gay community. Yes, because white men love black dookie booty. And he could be single or he could be married. It don't matter. It don't matter. They be double dipping too. Either in the
Yeah,
dookie
that's
booty, either in the dookie booty, or they'll let a black male suck their penis off.
That's why in the 90s they was talking about the down low, brother. And I think a gay black man wrote a book on it, or two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one guy wrote about the down low, brother, and I think, and then another gay man wrote a book in the early 2000s called Hiding in Hip Hop, talking about, these rappers, I guess, is supposed to be straight, hiding what they really are.
Sister Soldier even insinuated that in one of her books too. I forgot the name of the book, but it was supposed to be a fiction book. But she insinuated that in one of her books too. She insinuated the same thing. She damn sure did. She damn sure did. But yeah, if they falling apart, if you talking about the black manosphere, they don't got their daddy no more. They Kevin Samuels to tell them how to, still pretend fake that they real men when they really pansies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When they really pansies of fake pretend. Who they got now? They might as well all just come out the damn closet. They might as well just come out the closet.
They call him the Godfather.
And he died alone with Omar. Omar was with him when he died. In the bed with him when he died. Mm-hmm. Omar took a picture of himself too. I saw a little snapshot of Omar with. He looked like he was Dominican. He could
Omar,
be
I ain't heard
Dominican.
about him.
Yeah, that was the dude that he was with when he died. That was the one who was on a police report. I think it had two names. One of its names was Omar, and another name was a feminine name. But I'm
Okay.
just going by Omar because that's all I could really remember.
Damn.
The original name was Omar on a police report. The original name was Omar something, and alias. You know how they put alias? The alias was a
Right.
feminine name. I can't remember the girl name it used, but I'm going by Omar. Omar, I saw the picture. Omar was on the bed, and the breast looked kind of funny. That's how I knew something was off, because the breast was like, the breast, the male breast and the female breast is not the same. One is asymmetrical and the other isn't. So when I looked, I was like, nah, that looked just too funny. Posing and everything. Yup, looked like it had a big booty and everything. So I'm pretty sure that's what they daddy likes, But yeah, he died in the bed with Omar. He died in Omar's hands, according to the police report. He died in Omar's hands. He said he couldn't breathe, and Omar took him, and yeah, I think he tried to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or some shit, but it didn't work. Now, according to Alexis K. Tyler, I saw her live that she did. She did a reading on him because she do celebrity reads on dead people. And
Mm-hmm.
according to her, he said, in his death, he said that, he was taken out. That he
I
was
wouldn't be
taken out.
surprised.
He was taken out because he got a lot of dirt on people in the closet. He got a lot of dirt on people, so they took him out. Mm-hmm. That's according to her. That's what she said. He told her he got taken out because he had a lot of dirt on people. But he wasn't going to say nothing about that anyway. I mean, he ain't had nothing to talk about except for, black women wasn't wanted at no 25. They hit the wall and they average at best. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
basically, that's describing the black gay male. I'm telling you that now. That's describing They dookie booty hit the wall at 25. Don't nobody want them after that, and they average at best. You know, and none of them are even cute to me. So they average at best. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But according to Alexis K. Tyler, that was a fly read. I think I mentioned that in one of my other live videos. I recommended people to go watch that one. I think she did 2 or 3 on Kevin Samuels right after he died. Like the same hour he died or something, you know. He came to her and he told her that, yup, he had dirt on people. But, you know, shit, that's why he dead now. I don't feel nothing.
Right.
That's why he dead now. You got all this dirt on people, but you degrading the mother of humanity. That's why you dead now. Like, I don't feel bad about that. I'm not mourning. You know, well, actually, I did have a good morning when I read that news. When I read that, I had a good morning. I was like, you know, that's the first good morning I've had. Like, what? That nigga dead? I was like, good morning, because that's when I found out it was in the morning. And you know, like I said before, words are spells, right?
Mm-hmm.
Morning. What people know is mourning is really mourning, like at a fucking funeral. So I finally had a good fucking morning. I know, right, Miss Illinois? I'm just over here shooting the shit, but yeah, me too. I had a good morning. Look, good morning. This was me. I'm gonna type that shit right in the words of spells, y'all. I had a good morning. When I read that shit, I was laughing and everything. I was laughing at everything. I was like, wow, look at that. I thought that shit was funny as fuck. And then when I saw Omar and found out that he died with Omar, I was like, wow, well, maybe he didn't die alone. At least Omar was with him.
Right.
Yup, at least Omar was with him. Hell yeah, that shit was funny as fuck. I laughed my ass off. I thought that shit was funny as fuck. I actually had a good morning. That was the best morning I ever had. Real talk. Real talk. That was a good morning. I was telling everybody that day, good morning. Good morning. They like, what's wrong with you? Because I don't never say good morning. But yeah, that was a good one. Yup. Exactly. Bye, Nako. Don't nobody miss you. Well, except for his little minions that call him daddy or the godfather. But you know, every dog has his day, so they just waiting on their turn. Basically.
Yeah.
They just waiting on their turn. Like, who's next? They just waiting on their turn. Shoot. Nope. I have no sympathy for that. None at all. Because, you know, shit, the priestess, she teaches with coldness. And there it is. That's a lesson for y'all asses. Okay? I'm being very cold with that one. I don't care. Yep. So yeah. I was like so glad to see him go. But Alexis K. Tyler, she was like, yeah, he had some dirt on some people. And some people was trying to get some money that he had locked up somewhere in an account. And I was like, yeah, I believe it. Because they didn't even have no money to bury him.
Damn.
I think they had to have a GoFundMe. And then I heard people didn't even show up to the funeral.
Right, exactly.
I'm like, all of these people that's supposed to be in love with this dude, and only 1.5 people showed up to the
From YouTube.
1.5 people showed up. Wow, that shows you how much power he had. Yup, that shows how much power he had. Yup. So I'm gonna go ahead and get off this live.
All right.
Healing Us, you wanted to say anything? You want to come up and say anything? I had the link in there. Okay, she probably left. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get off the live now. So I don't know when I'm gonna come back, y'all. Yeah, I'm still working on the on the ministry and the safe space, because I really want to get into this alphabet gang and stuff, but because they're a protected class, it's not really too much that I could say without being reprimanded for it. So yeah, I really want to get into that, but I'm gonna do that on another platform. So all right, y'all. Y'all have a good night.